Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the 62nd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Day one here at the Co-op Community Complex, and we're getting set to go racing right here, right now for FXR, a great group of sponsors assembled here for our March race, and we'll start off today with race number one on the schedule. This will be the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. Round one for 5 laps. The 59 will be Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, North Dakota on the 2020 Johnson Racing chassis. And riding the 53, this is Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba on a Hool chassis. That is a 2018 Hool starting on the line. Alyssa is number 53. Now in the back row, you will notice the Junior 1 Sprint 380s for 12 to 14-year-olds. Round one for 5 laps. The 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigan. The 60, Braxton Cassidy from St. Genevieve, Manitoba. The 99 is Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. The 43 is Carson Peterson. And the 10 is Derek Meyer. And with race one, a combined race. And we are slowing things down in turn 1 and 2. Attention in the pit area. Race number 2 for the day will be the Pro Formula 3s, round one for 5 laps. So you should be in staging Pro Form at the Co-op Community Complex. Looking forward to a great weekend of motorsports action right here at the big half-mile oval. We're going to try this over. Our starter is, of course, Riley Baker. Does a great job standing there all day, and bit breezy, but a nice day here in Manitoba for some excellent racing. We anticipate some great participation and some awesome side-by-side racing here this weekend. Some problems in the back row as they look to fire a sled. Many thanks going out to some of our corporate sponsors. They include FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead and Twisted Tea, and we are racing once again. 2 races combined into one here. Race 1, Junior 2 Sprint 600s for 14 to 17-year-olds, and of course, Junior 1 Sprint 380, 12 to 14-year-olds. They were second off the line here as we get going and through turn 3 and 4. And we are under green down the front straightaway. It is the number 53, Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba, showing the way in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. This one scheduled for 5 laps here. Don't forget, 50-50 tickets will be for sale throughout the facility today. Now leading the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class so far, the 11 Ben Meyer out of Michigan on a 1999 Skidoo. So remember here, fans, that there are 2 races on the track combined into one, 2 different classes. There's the 60 across the line, Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. 53 and the 59 remain first and second on the track in race 1 in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class. Alyssa Gusta on the 53, Hunter Johnson on the 59. This time around, we should get the white flag indicating just 1 more lap to go. Gusta goes by a lapper and into turn number 1 and 2. The 11, Ben Meyer out of Michigan, continues to lead the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class for 12 to 14-year-olds. Want to welcome everybody once again to the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, day 1 of 2. We're back tomorrow, and we'll give you some details about that throughout the day. There's your winner, the number 53, Alyssa Gusta, followed by the 59. The 11 will pick up the win in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. That is the 11 of Ben Meyer out of Michigan. A good ride for that rider on the 1999 Skidoo. Want to say a special hello to everybody in cooldown.tv land, bringing you the internet broadcast. I have a couple of experts with me, Anthony and Chris, as always, and they do a fantastic job bringing you the internet broadcast. So if you're tuned in, let us know where you're from. Beautiful day here in Manitoba. What a fantastic opportunity in a fantastic facility to enjoy some great snowmobile racing here this weekend. All right, race 2 on the schedule should be Pro Formula 3, round 1 for 5 laps. And we've got a boatload of them. The 21 will be Zach Rogers out of Wausau. The 28 is Matt Gady from New Germany, Minnesota. 102 is Blaine Stevenson, the Wall Brothers FXR mounted rider. Blaine is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. The 221 is Reed Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. Riding the number 6, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. The 29 is Andy Shoemaker out of Michigan. Riding the 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. The 39 comes out of the Wall Brothers Racing Camp out of Greenbush, Minnesota. This is the 2024 Polaris of Tom Olson on the 39. The 129 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. And the 92 is Haven Bouvret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. 2023 Polaris. So race 2 on the schedule, Pro Formula 3s. This is the World Championship class, of course, at Eagle River. A little more of a stock appearing sled than the Pro Champ 440s. As we get set to go here, we've got some top-notch riders here getting set to go. Next up, 3 races in the Black Cat Wear Parts F500 class. You should be in staging. Here the riders getting some heat in their pipes as they get set to take off. This is going to be a good one. Lots of riders and lots of talent on some of the finest machines in the world. Riley Baker looking them over here as we get set to go racing in Beausejour. Looks like the 39 of Tom Olson with a great start here. Look at them go down the back straightaway. They are serious 3 wide into turn number 3. They are getting at it early here. Number 28, of course, is Matt Gady. 220, Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. He rides the Red Bull Skidoo. 100 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Green being displayed, and we've got a challenge for the lead. Here comes the 28. Up tight on the number 39 of Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR. Number 39. What a race up front. And lots of action in the middle of the pack as well. Some great racing action early here in the Pro Formula 3 class. This is round 1 for a scheduled 5 laps. Oh, heads up in turn 3 and 4. We have a bobble. White flag, 1 to go for the 39. 39, 28, 220, and 102, your top 4. Blaine Stevenson on the 102. Like the leader, also out of the Wall Brothers Racing Cap. Oh, take a look in turn 4. We've got a great battle happening now, side by side down the front straightaway. It's going to be Olson, Gady, Gunnar Stern, the 102. Blaine Stevenson coming in 4th there. Looks like the 129 of Joey Birch out of Michigan, unofficially 5th. We will, of course, post the results on cooldown.tv for those of you watching on your computers throughout the world. Down sled out of turn number 4, so our recovery crew will get busy heading on over there. Don't forget, this weekend will also feature the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 70s. 2 races today, 2 tomorrow in the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. It's an overall point series in those 4 races, and it is proudly sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises, PJ Materick Auto Body and Glass, Springfield Chiropractic, Hildebrand Sod Farm, Rantec Industrial, SPI Sport Parts, and of course, Baxter Ranch. Great sponsors kicking in for the very prestigious Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. That happening throughout the weekend. 2 races today, 2 tomorrow, an overall point series to determine who will win that one. Watch for the intense action all weekend in pursuit of this most prestigious award. All right, that is number 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota, 2023 Skidoo. On the hook right now, heading back to the pit area. And coming up next, we will have, 3 in a row in the Black Cat Wear Parts F500 class. And we'll bring you that lineup momentarily. All right, hitting speeds of 100 miles an hour already here today on the big half-mile oval as we get set for race number 3 of the day on your schedule. Black Cat Wear Parts F500 action. This will be round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. And on the 33C scheduled to ride is Mike Schultz out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. The 135 is Blair McDonald from Ile-des-Chênes. Riding the 29 out of Enola, Manitoba, this is an 89 Polaris. The rider is Brad Harrison. And the 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau. The 9 is Stefan Kergnen. The 14, James Schneider out of Beausejour. Riding the 113 is Kendra Westland out of Strathcona. Keep your eyes on her. Very, very competitive. And the 685 is Tanner Davey from Middle River, Minnesota on an 89 Polaris. Race 3, Black Cat Wear Parts F500 action. We'll do this 3 times in a row according to our schedule. Lots of competitors in each and every heat race. Riley Baker looking him over and says, let's go. Great start for James Schneider out of Beausejour on the number 14, but that rider has company through turn number 2 as they go almost 4 wide down the back straightaway. Great racing action early here. Current leader is the 113 of Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Kendra just flying out there into turn number 3. Brad Harrison looking good on the number 29. Brad is out of Enola, Manitoba on a 1989 Polaris. Nick Kurth is on the 98 out of Wausau. Of course, the 9 is Stefan Kergnen from Winnipeg. Top 5 looking good here. Some action in the back of the pack as well. And we've got a rider off the sled. And I'm thinking that could be the 113. We'll try to get a shot over to that corner, but it is the 113. Thank you very much, Anthony. The 113, Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota, leaves the sled in turn 3 and 4. The rider's definitely okay. She is moving around, taking a look at the sleds. On the other side of the bales, we'll have our very talented crew get to work here momentarily and get those bales replaced. There's actually over 4,000 bales around this facility. Picture pitching 4,000 bales. Great group of volunteers here at CPTC. We are in race number 3, of course, Black Cat Wear Parts F500 action, round 1, heat 1. Going to go down to a cooldown.tv replay for those of you watching on your computers. Live here, we're seeing the sled up on the recovery sled. Beautiful Manitoba afternoon here. Here's a good shot of the 113. Ooh. Sled high sides and heads off onto the bales, or over top of the bales, through the bales. That was, that was impact. Good to see the rider is okay. Leader, not sure. We're going to find out if that leader will be able to restart or not. Don't forget, the Moose Den is open, serving ice-cold beverages. Our concession area has some of the best food available anywhere. Check out our concession area. Delicious cheeseburgers, French fries, hot dogs. We've got it all at the concession area. Don't forget also the Beausejour Knights of Columbus will be selling 50-50 tickets on Saturday and Sunday this weekend, with winning numbers announced in the afternoon at 3:30 each day. Well, the 113, Kendra Westland, riding down the front straightaway. Competitors collected in turn number 2 as they repair the bales in turn number 4. So we'll see if the 113 will rejoin. All right, we have Brett Richter, formerly with the TLR Cup of the USSA, our pit reporter here this weekend, and we're going to hear a little bit from Brett Richter.
Hi there, I'm down here in the pit area with Gavin Peterson from the F3 class, number 6 just pulled off. What's up?
Well, a stud ended up going through the cooler and ran out of coolant, so she overheated and went into limp mode.
Any issues long term? Can you fix it?
Well, we'll see. We're just getting it tore apart now. We'll see what the damage is, and hopefully be back out for the next heat.
All right, thankfully the rider's okay. Sled's being repaired. We'll go back up to you, Darren.
Well, thanks very much, Brett. All right, we understand the 6 in the race before. That was Gavin Peterson. A stud went through the heat exchanger and overheated. That's from Brett Richter, who's with us here in the pit area. All right, so those of you on the live stream would have heard Brett Richter. I'm going to transfer everything that Brett Richter says. Glad he trusts me with that job. Nobody else would. Brett Richter, our pit reporter. That guy has been around for many years. What a fantastic gentleman. He is from Hurley, Wisconsin, formerly with the TLR Cup and the USSA. Pretty prestigious pit reporter, I'd say. It's great to have him. It's something we're trying here in March of 2024, and I'm sure he'll be back. He does a great job. He knows what he's looking for, and he knows what questions to ask. So that is very, very key. A true professional in the industry. #29, Brad Harrison is going to lead him here on the restart after the 113 of Kendra Westland had a crash over in turn number 4. 98 and the 9 in the top 3. Nick Kurth is out of Wausau, Wisconsin on that 98. The 9 is Stefan Kerrigan out of Winnipeg. That is a 1991 Skidoo. So this is race 3 on your schedule. Black Cat Wear Parts F500 action. Harrison looking real good here. 685 is in the 4th spot. That's Tanner Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota on the 1989 Polaris. 82 miles per hour on the previous lap. White flag coming out this time around. The 29 of Harrison is flying. 685 coming up to join the number 9 now. 685, Tanner Davey challenging the 9 of Stefan Kerrigan. in the top 5 and goes inside of Carignan on the back straightaway. We've got ourselves a great race for 3rd and 4th place. Wow, the number 29 gets it done. Brad Harrison out of Enola. The 98, then the 685 and the 9 in the top 4. 14 unofficially 5th. James Schneider out of Beausejour on an 89 Polaris. Sled down over at the outside entrance of turn number 3. See if we can get a shot with cooldown.tv. Could be the 135 maybe of Blair McDonald, 135, yeah. This is one big racetrack. Bit hard to see numbers on the back straightaway, even for the younger guys. I thought it was my vision, but even the younger ones can't see that far. So we're using the camera a little bit here to... It is 135, right? Yeah, I saw that. Sure I did. All right. So that was race 3. We'll go through the lineup now in race 4. Black Cat Wear Parts F500 action. This is round 1, heat 2. The distance will be 5 laps. And out of Wisconsin, well, lots of riders out of Wisconsin in this one. The 99 is Connor Bauman, 1990 Polaris mounted rider. The 22A is Colton Abraham. Cale Bellau is out of Waupun, Wisconsin on the 34X. The 48X is Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. The 17, Jared Sackvey, a local rider out of Beausejour. Jared Sackvey is on a 1989 Polaris. The 003 is Brody Wensloff out of Roseau, Minnesota. And riding the 213 is Aaron Davey from Middle River, Minnesota. That is a 1989 Polaris. Well, some personalities to talk to you about here this weekend at this fine facility, the Co-op Community Complex. Official photographer, I had a chance to spend about 20 minutes in the pits with him yesterday during practice and learned a lot about Daryl Gershman and his photography hobby, and he does such a good job. You see him on Facebook and on the CPTC website. And I didn't realize how community complex for FXR. Here we go racing. 48X is Rich Mort out of Eagle River. Strong off the starting line. That is a 1990 Polaris as they sort themselves out on the back straightaway and head into turn number 3 and 4. Side-by-side action, handlebar to handlebar, ski to ski as they come down the front straightaway. Great racing action. The 22A and the 213 are 1 and 2. Colton Abraham on the 22A. Looking pretty strong in the top 5. In fact, real strong, showing the way right now. Here comes the number 17 up to join the party. Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. 82 miles per hour. Jack is looking after our radar here during the day's events. 82 miles an hour on the last circuit. Aaron Davey is on the 213 in the top 3 here. Aaron Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota on a 1989 Polaris. Good racing in the top 3 here. All part of the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR. White flag is out. 1 to go for the 22A. 4th and 5th, the 34X and the 99. Cale Bello on the 34X. The 99 is Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin. These riders taking some pretty quick trips around this big half-mile oval already today. 22A takes the checkered, followed by the 17 and the 213. That is your unofficial top three. 34X and the 99 coming across. 99 Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin. All right, again, we talked about Brett Richter in the pit area, our pit reporter. We're going to go over to the 113 now of Kendra Westland after crashing in the previous race. And for those of you live here, I'll bring you that story after Brett gets it.
Kendra Westland, driver of the number 113 F500 that just took a little trip to the hay bales there. So first and foremost, how you feeling?
Good. Felt better, but I can't complain too much yet.
Yeah, it's tough, especially hard when you're up front.
Yeah. More hurts the pride than anything else, I guess.
You want to share with a little bit with what happened?
Yeah. Essentially, my sled hasn't been handling great since I've been out east in Valcourt. For some reason, I was having handling issues there. Came back home, that we had it set up pretty good. The first couple of laps went really good. And all of a sudden, my back end just got pretty loose, but my front end hooked up, so it just set me right over.
All right, glad you're okay. On to the next race.
Thank you.
Thank you.
54 is Tom Keelback out of Tyndall, Manitoba. Riding the 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Nice to have Danique back. The 9 is Dan Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. And Jerry LePage will be on the 95 out of Murillo, Ontario. That is a 1989 Polaris. So round number 1, heat 3 for Black Cat Wear Parts F500 drivers. Number 34 jumping off quickly. That is Colton Niewalny out of Medford, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. Great racing side by side. Bar to bar in turn 3 and 4. These riders quickly gaining momentum. Dane Klinger on the 9, your leader out of Athens, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris. Look at him go through turn 1 and 2 and down the back chute. 82 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Nice run so far by the 9. There's the number 3. Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on a 1991 Polaris. Real good looking machine to the second spot. 83 miles per hour, up 1 on the previous lap. There's your leader crossing the start finish line. The 9, the 3, the 95 is third. That is none other than Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario on a 1989 Polaris. Always does a nice job, a veteran racer. 84 miles per hour. We are getting a little quicker here. White flag, 1 lap to go. Zach Rogers fourth on the 21. Your leader coming down the front chute now. How about it for Dane Klinger? A big win in that one. The 3 and the 95 in the top 3. Of course, the number 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. And another Canadian rider finishes third. That is Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario on a 1989 Polaris. All right, of course, all of you at Internet Land heard the interview with the 113 And, of course, that rider, Kendra Westland. Well, for those of you live, we understand that that sled is just having some handling problems. And Kendra went through the corner and had a little trouble in turn 3 and 4, and off she went. So they're going to work on that. They are very experienced and very talented in that pit area, and they will get it figured out, I am sure. Wow, okay. Further to that story, Kendra Westland, crashing in turn 3 and 4, actually had a previous crash during the season and is on that sled today with broken ribs. Oh, wow. That's a tough rider. You don't get much tougher than that. And got back on the sled and rode it off. So some obvious suspension tweaks going to go on the 113. Throughout the day, I'm sure they'll get it right. Kendra Westland on the 113 out of Strathcona, Minnesota, competing in the Black Cat Wear Parts F500 class. Next up, race number 6, Relic Mod Superstock 300 fan-cooled free air combo final. This is all of 3 laps in this one. 179 is Jason Mackey out of Latigan, Saskatchewan. The 94 is Brian Kemp from Rosewood, Manitoba. The 69, Colin Demianic from Winnipeg. The 57 is Ken Bruce out of St. Anne, Manitoba. That is a 1971 Yamaha. Riding a 71 Skidoo, the 501 is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve, and the 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg, riding a 71 Yamaha. Relic Mod Superstock 300 fan-cooled free air combo final for 3 laps coming up right now for FXR. Here we go. Great start for the 179 of Jason Mackey out of Latigan, Saskatchewan, as they fly through turn 1 and 2. Well, maybe not quite fly, but they're still pretty fast. Riding the 69 is Colin Demianic out of Winnipeg. That is a 1970 Skidoo. Mike Kelly is on the 501 in the 3rd spot, but well back of the leaders so far. Tension in the pit area. If you are in race 7, Junior 2 F500s, you are up next. Junior 2 F500s for 14 to 17-year-olds. Race 8 will be Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan. So those next 2 races, you need to be in staging if you are in them. 65 miles per hour on the previous lap, as the leaders do battle in turn 3 and 4 now. Oh, heads up, we got a crash on the front chute. The 179 will take the win. Colin Demianic on the 69 goes down, but appears to be okay. And we are under a red flag condition. We'll see how we will score that one. Looks like the race winner crossed the line. I guess Demianic, well, the sled crossed the line. Did he cross the line? Well, we'll find out how they score that. See, that's why they only give me one job, because I don't know what the heck happened there. Colin Demianic on the 69 out of Winnipeg, very, very competitive. And you can see, well, he's got a ski in his hand, so that's exactly what happened. The left ski is in his hand, not mounted on the spindle. Tough break for the number 69, a very regular competitor here at the Co-op Community Complex. So if anybody's got a spindle for a 1970 Skidoo in their pocket, you might want to head down to the pit area, and you'll probably get a boatload of money for it right now. So we're going to restart. Just awaiting the official call here on this race. They are fired and ready to go, so we do have at least a lap or two here. Riley Baker radioing up for the order here in this race, so we're going to resume it. This is race 6, Relic Mod, Superstock 300 fan-cooled free air combo final. All right, awaiting one more competitor here. 179 was first on the previous lap, so that was the white flag lap when that crash occurred with Colin Demianic. So sounds to me like we're going one lap, a one-lap dash at 65 miles per hour. That's blazing. All right. $179, Jason Mackey. Is that of Lanigan, Saskatchewan? There's the 57, Ken Bruce out of St. Anne, Yamaha mounted rider. And we are racing once again. Mike Kelly on the 501, battling here. 179, Jason Mackey out of Lanigan. Pretty strong on that 71 Arctic Cat. There's the checkered for the 179. Second is the 501, showing some style. The 57 coming across third is Ken Bruce out of St. Anne, Manitoba. The 13 coming across, as does the 94 of Brian Kemp out of Rosewood, and the 94 is going to stop right, well, momentarily stop at least on the front chute. You saw that, Anthony, that sudden stop on the front chute. Don't know if they were going through the gearbox there or what was going on, but who knows? Those things are so old they could have. Maybe they got a Muncie in them or something. I don't know. No, probably not. Centrifugal clutches, they say. Black magic. Race 7 coming up, Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds. This is race number 1, or round 1 for 5 laps. All right, we're going to go through the lineup here real quick. Junior 2 F500s. The 44 is Ethan Clark. The 10, Derek Meyer. Ben Meyer is on the 11. Both those riders out of Michigan. The 23 is Dylan Fox from Balmoral. The 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster. Also out of Lancaster, Minnesota, is Marilee Peterson. And the 112 is Ella Gust out of Greenbush. And we are racing here in the Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds. All right, out of Michigan is Derek Meyer and Ben Meyer. They have inserted restrictor plates to run in this Junior 2 F500 class, so that is why they are out here. 84 miles per hour. on the previous circuit. Here in race number 7, Junior 2 F500, round number 1. '23 showing some good speed, Dylan Fox out of Balmoral. This Junior 2 F500 round 1 is scheduled for 5 laps. Ben Meyer on the 11, the 434, Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster having a pretty good battle out there. But a great battle up front as well. '23 continues to lead Dylan Fox. The 10, Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. 11, Ben Meyer. The 434, Miranda Peterson currently in the top 4. 84 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leaders. And the 23 is going to take it over the 10. 23, Dylan Fox is your winner. Derek Meyer on the 10, second unofficially. The 11, Ben Meyer. Then the 434, that is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota, your top 4 finishers thus far in race 7 for the Junior 2 F500 class. 44 coming across, that is Marilee Peterson out of Lancaster on a 2023 Westland chassis. Now is a great time to thank some of our sponsors, including FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead, and Twisted Tea. Available over at the Moose Den right now. Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oak Bank Hearing Center, RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. Many thanks to all of our great sponsors as we get set to go for race 8. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan combo. Round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. All right, race number 8, Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan combo. The 165 is Justin Habing out of Dugald. Riding the 685 is Tanner Davey. The 233 is Matt Bennett. The 14 is Alex Manchelenko. Will Manchelenko is on the 23. The 724 is Brian Axman. The 73 is Bob Bachman. And the 44X is Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. .165, your current leader, looking pretty good. Justin Habig out of Dugald. The 685 is Tanner Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota. 62nd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships here at the Co-op Community Complex. 67 miles per hour on the previous lap. Hey, we're going to tell you about an exciting Pro Champ Rider of the Weekend contest coming up in just a little bit, so stand by. Great racing here in the top 3. This is race number 8 on your schedule. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and the 440 fan combo race. 3 wrapped in 1. Lots of action in the middle of the pack as your leaders heading through turn 3 and 4 now. What a great battle. Randy Oliver's out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin on a 78 Yamaha. That is number 44X. Very competitive here in this one. Great to have Brett Richter with us in the pit area doing some pit reporting, formerly of the TLR Cup and USSA. Very knowledgeable. He'll be bringing you updates throughout the day. 165 is in the 3rd spot. That is Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba. A 1976 Polaris going around the big half mile. 75 miles per hour on the previous circuit. 44X takes the win over the 685. 685 Tanner Davey doing a real good job out of Middle River, Minnesota in the 2nd spot on the 78 Polaris, but the 44X Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh pretty strong on that Yamaha in race number 8 on your schedule. Race 9, Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan combo. This will be round 1, heat 2 for 5 laps. And here's how they line up. The 553 is Zach Stenberg out of Swift Current. 36 is Garrett Bennell out of Watrous, Saskatchewan. Garrett is riding a 75 Yamaha. The 84 is Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. 27 is Josh Wood out of Saskatchewan. 580 is Joey Friesen out of Altona. The 33C is Mike Schultz. The 38 rounding out the field out of Mayerthorpe, Alberta will be Oren Baxter. 36 and the 580 will be a no-show. Changes to the lineup. 36 of Garrett Bennell out. 580 Joey Friesen out of Altona out for this one. And here we go. Action here in the front of the pack here in race 9. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan combo. Round 1, heat number 2 going here. Chad Bartok's on the 84 out of Benito, Manitoba. That is a 1976 Arctic Cat. It is beautifully prepared and pretty strong. 76 miles per hour. On the previous lap for that sled we just talked about. Oren Baxter on the number 38. That is a 1976 Merc out of Mayerthorpe, Alberta. Hundreds are up next, followed by the Supermod 300 free air liquid cooled final. Third spot currently is the number 27. That is Josh Wood out of Nokomis, Saskatchewan. 38 in the 84, 1-2. Oren Baxter leading Chad Bartok. Zachary Stenberg out of Swift Current in the top 5 here on the 1980 Polaris. And that'll do it. The number 38 will take that one, Oren Baxter. Followed by the 84, Chad Bartok out of Bonito, Manitoba. 27, Kawasaki third, and the 553 fourth. That is Zach Stenberg out of Swift Current, Saskatchewan. Race 10 should be coming up next. These are the Outlaw 600s. They have a roll cage, a car racing seat, and car racing seat belts in them. They are 600 cc's, or they also have the option of 1,000 cc motorcycle engines now. So here's how they're going to line up, because they're going to do a running start. They resemble a dirt track sprint car, so they will start rolling out of turn number 4. Riding the 3XL is Shorty Curran out of Browntown, Wisconsin. 36 is Tom Stoltman. The number 1 is Joe Schneider, the current points leader. The number 19 is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. The 4 is Ronald Teroff from Lisbon, Iowa. The 71N will be Donnie Neubauer. 44W, David Webster. And the 18 will be Aria Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Very good representation here this weekend for the Outlaw 600s. Round 1 for 5 laps coming up. A little safer form of snowmobile racing, as you can see, with the seat belts and the roll cages, but they still move pretty good. Outlaw600.com is a website if you're interested in maybe getting into one of these sled/sprint cars one day. And we're underway. The 3 and the 1 doing battle very, very early. Joe Schneider, of course, the driver of the number 1. 3XL, Shorty Curran out of Browntown, Wisconsin. Look at the battle in the middle of the pack. They are getting at it here in the Outlaw 600 class. Next up, attention in the pit area, our final race before a Quebec's intermission break. Race 11 will be the Supermod 300 Free Air and Liquid Final. You should be in staging. The number 1 is number 1 right now on the track. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. 81 miles per hour. That's moving along. Chris Plaskia in the 19. The 4 is Ron Teroff. That is your top 3 unofficially here in the first look at the Outlaw 600s. Last lap, 87 now. 87 miles per hour. Sled down in turn 2. There is the number 1 taking the white flag. 19 following along, but not within striking distance. Fourth spot is the number 36, Tom Stoltman. 3 is 5th. Shorty Curran after a real good start to this race. That'll do a checkered flag for the 1 of Joe Schneider. 19 of Chris Plasky out of St. Germain. 2nd. 3rd, Teroff. Tom Stoltman in the number 36 out of St. Germain in the top 5. As will be the number 3 in the 5th spot. That is Shorty Curran out of Browntown, Wisconsin. All right, following race number 25, that's a little bit away, but following race 25, you can head on over to the Moose Den, and we will have a Pro Champ and Outlaw 600 autograph session. That is after race 25 in the Moose Den. Grab yourself an ice cool one in the Moose Den and check out the Pro Champ And Outlaw 600 autograph session. That's coming up after race 25. Race 11 up next. 4 competitors in this one. In the Supermod 300 free air and liquid cooled division. The 233 will be Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin on a 73 Polaris. Also on a 73 Polaris is Justin Habing on the 165. The 65 is Norm Chura out of Enola, and the 13 is Kieran Lowen from Winnipeg. 4 competitors for a total of 4 laps. Before a Quebec's intermission break. Well, if you want to log on to our website at cptcracing.com after 2:30, we will have a Pro Champ Rider of the Weekend vote. You can get to our website and vote for your favorite rider in the Pro Champ division only. There are 27 competitors registered, which is unbelievable here. And we are going to vote for our favorite rider. Rider of the Weekend, go to cptcracing.com to vote after 2:30 p.m. Central Time. Got to say Central Time, don't we? Because we could have people in like Australia and stuff watching this. All right, race 11 on the track. The 233 is Matt Bennett. The 165, Justin Habing. Norm Chura is out of Enola on the 65. And the 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg on a 75 Yamaha. Looking forward to these relics doing battle. Norm Chura on the 65, which is a 1973 Polaris, looking good early. This is Supermod 300 free air and liquid. This is the final, and 4 laps is the distance. .233 in the second spot is, of course, Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. Third is the 165, Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba. That is a 1973 Polaris. Following this race, we will go to a Quebec's intermission break. Look at this, the 233 now. Challenging and showing the way. Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin on the 73 Polaris. 65 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader up front. One to go here in our last race before the Quebec's intermission break. .233 of Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin, steering that 73 Polaris to perfection so far here. Norm Chura on the 65. The 165 is Justin Habing out of Dugald. And they are currently your top 3. Checkered flag is out. It's the 233, the 65 of Chura, and the 165 of Justin Habing out of Dugald. Third, Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin on a 1973 Polaris is the big winner in race 11 on your schedule. That is the Supermod 300 free air and liquid final. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings the first Quebec's grooming break of the day to the forefront. get on over to the Moose Den, get yourself an ice-cold twisted tea, or check out our concession area. In the Moose Den, we have a full line of CPTC promo wear. Do check it out. It is very cool for 2024. Grab yourself t-shirts, hoodies, and all kinds of other great stuff right now at the Moose Den. We're going to do our Quebec intermission break, and we will be back with you momentarily here at the Co-op Community Complex.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Whether investing in your child's future,
planning your dream retirement,
or saving for a vacation in between,
Access Credit Union has the right investment solution for every stage in your life. Open an investment online in minutes and get sound advice tailored to your needs.
As members ourselves, you'll feel comfort in knowing we have your best interest at heart. Access Credit Union. Invest in you.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Brett Richter here at the CPTC in Beausejour, Manitoba. We are getting ready to run the 62nd edition of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. And I am very happy to have with me last season's winner, Blaine Stevenson. Welcome, Blaine.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, glad to have you back up here in Canada.
Yeah, we wouldn't miss it. It's a great event, premier crown jewel, so happy to be back.
Nice to have some ice, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Track, as usual here, looks great. Practice time today and Friday is always a bonus, and CPTC rarely lets us down, so yeah, it's been awesome.
Good, good. You're coming in here as the previous champion. There's a strong, strong field in the Pro Champ division this year, 27 registered, and I think I've seen every one of them here. So you got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, well, based on the season we've had, yeah, it's been more down than up this year, I think, so we've got some, we've done a little bit of work over the time that we've had off, and yeah, we need to be perfect to have a shot.
You do, you do. You brought it up, and I guess last year you were so dominant in the Pro Champ class and in the ProStar Cup Tour. This year hasn't gone that way for you. It looks right now like there's skidoos at the top of the top 3 spots and potentially on the podium. What changes in a year?
Honestly, we don't know. We're not that far off of time, speed, things like that, that we were last year. And I think there's a few, I've had a few drives that have not been good. So very, can look in the mirror and say that I gave away the Beausejour Cup, a few different other races. We just didn't feel competitive in Valcourt. So yeah, it's weird year to year that we go through that, but team's been working hard, and we're confident we can compete the rest of the, compete this weekend. So
sure. Yep. Yeah, there sure is a lot going on this year too. It's just been a unique year with travel, with ice conditions and all types of stuff. So I think everybody's battling through it, and some are doing a little bit better than others. But I know that you bring your A game every time you can. Who's here at the track that helps you make that happen?
Yeah, so everybody at obviously my wife comes to all the races, my mom and dad, crewing the sled every weekend, but huge shout out to the Wall brothers, Dave Dermont, everybody back at the shop, Dustin, Jeff, Terry, Jordan, Mary, Brandon, Tom, everybody that helps us out there. We're working really hard. So thank the rest of the crew too, the whole Betcher family. They'll all be here this weekend, so we're excited to have everybody. And then all of our sponsors, Polaris, Walker Evans, Woody's Traction, FXR, Walker Evans, all the wall sponsors, Ultimax belts, RCCA Co-op, CAMSO, Power Mad. There's a whole list of them.
That's a list.
Yeah, Omni Training Facility. But never want to forget anybody.
No, you certainly don't.
Yeah, I think I still do.
I have a technical question for you that I think people would find interesting. You shared a GoPro video when you were racing and your belt flipped. Showed a sudden change in RPM, a jerk to the machine, just a whole bunch of different things. As I'm talking to people I know about snowmobiling, we don't understand how a belt flips. Can you talk us through that a little bit?
Yeah, we don't fully understand. It's been 10,300 RPMs, so we turn a lot of RPMs. And we really bury the belt on each side of the clutch. So you're running as much sheave on the primary, and you're running it as deep into the secondary as you can. We're trying to optimize our speed that way and clutching efficiency and all that kind of stuff. In 2020, we blew the heat before 2023. Luckily, during the final, everything held together, but even back to when we were running our own sled, like we had belt troubles. So it's definitely made us scratch our head, but a lot of RPM, a lot of clutch
adjustments,
and just happens. You get a rough track, so.
Right.
Happens.
You were able to correct that, weren't you? Because there was a red flag?
Yeah, got a red with not many laps to go, and was able to flip it over. And honestly, we were surprised, one, that it didn't blow while it was flipped, and then two, that it held together as well as it did. Like, it didn't chunk anywhere. It's a tough old bird there. So, yeah, got it flipped over, and I went in. We break in belts all the time, but I took off from the paddock first, and I made did as much driving around as I could, getting it through the sheaves, trying to make sure that it was conformed back to the sheaves as much as it could be. There really wasn't a lot of rubber on the clutches, so was kind of excited, and then we started driving up to them. A few more laps would have been interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
But
but that's the way the season's gone, right? A few more laps, it would have been interesting.
No doubt.
That'd be the name of the season for you.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to wrap this up with what we are calling the FXR Fast 10.
Sweet.
All right. You ready? Mm-hmm. French fries or onion rings?
French fries.
Blondes or brunettes?
Blondes. A blonde.
A blonde. One solo. Mountain bike or road bike?
Oh, road bike lately.
Okay. Dimples or freckles?
Freckles.
Fleece or flannel?
Flannel.
Would you rather go camping or go to a beach?
I'd rather go camping.
Dance class or a cooking class?
A cooking class.
If you were dating, would you use a dating app or would you be old school?
Oh, I'm a pretty old school guy. Luckily, I don't have to deal with the dating scene.
Ketchup or mustard?
Ketchup.
Don't get this one wrong. Reese's or Snickers?
I always forget which one it is. Snickers.
Oh. You want to try again?
Reese's.
Thank you.
I could have both.
Driver of the number 102 Polaris, Mr. Blaine Stevenson. Good luck. Stay safe.
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back here to the Co-op Community Complex. Second running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. After Quebec's intermission break, we are now in race 12. A pair of races rolled into one here, Junior 2 stock and Junior 1 stock. Now in Junior 2 stock fan 380, the 43 is going to be Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. The 60 is Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. On the back row, Junior 1 stock fan 380 for 10 to 12-year-olds. The 11 is Ben Meyer. The 115 is Eli Hagen out of Roseau, Minnesota. And the 99 is Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota on the 2023 Johnson Racing chassis. All right. Riley Baker, our starter, is going to look them over. We are on race number 12 on your schedule. We are racing down the back straightaway here in race number 12. Attention in the pit area. Race 13, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. Coming up, race 14 will also be Pro Champ 440s, as will race number 15. Race 16 will be round one of the Jerry Bunke Cup. We'll tell you more about that as we get to that point in the program. Working on race number 12 here for FXR. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. 43, Carson Peterson up front. Levi Lurkey is leading the Junior 1 stock fan. So remember, 2 races in one going on here. 68 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Hope you had an opportunity to visit the Moose Den, our beer garden here at Co-op Community Complex. Lots of great promo wear available over there. Check out the merch stand. Grab yourself some official CPTC race gear. Grab yourself an ice cold Moosehead or Twisted Tea. Our concession area remains open. White flag being displayed now. 43, Carson Peterson is leading the Junior 2 stock fan. 99, Levi Lurkey looking good on the 99. In the Junior 1 stock fan 380 class for 10 to 12-year-olds. Less than a lap to go now. Checkered flag is out for the 43, the 99 coming across, as does the 11. So the 99 and the 11, 99 Levi Lurkey, the 11 Ben Meyer. In the Junior 1 stock fan 380 class for 10 to 12-year-olds. So that'll do it for race 12 on your schedule. So we get set to go with race 13 in the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. This will be round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. And that lineup will come your way momentarily. All right, we have that lineup now for race 13 in the Pro Champ 440s. They'll be approaching the starting line here momentarily. Riding the 233 out of New London, Wisconsin on a 2020 Polaris. This is Matt Bennett. Matt Bennett sponsored by Easy Bar and Grill, Quick Trip, and Station 2. And riding the number 31, this is going to be Will Garceau. 31 Will Garceau, scheduled to start second here. And Will is out of Wisconsin, sponsored by Premium Laminations and Champs Sports Bar and Grill. 26 is out of Beausejour. This is Quinn Whitechuck. Keep your eyes on Quinn. Good rider here at the Big Half Mile Oval. Quinn is on a Hool chassis with a Rotax. He's out of Beausejour, second year of Pro Champ, a former F500 and Sportsman 600 driver, sponsored by Funk's Toyota. That is the 26 of Quinn Whitechuck getting ready to go here. The number 6 scheduled to start is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. Racing 9 years, started on 120s. He is 17 years old. Accomplished motocross racer. Going to try to win here big in the Pro Champ 440 tomorrow in the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. The 35 is Dylan Barron out of Enola, 2012 wall chassis mounted rider. The 79, Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. We'll tell you more about Sabrina later. Danique Lambert, also out of Quebec. Sorel Tracy, Quebec, on the number 3. Tyler Obies out of Beausejour on the 21. And Tom Olson is out of Greenbush on the Wall Brothers Racing entry. And it looks like we've got some itchy trigger fingers there. Going to try this one again in the Pro Champ class. Well, Sabrina Blanchette, first visit ever here to this fine facility out of Drummondville, Quebec. 21 years racing, first time ever in Beausejour. She is the first female to ever make the front row at Eagle River at the World Championships. Also the first female ever to win a Pro Champ 440 final. That was in Woodstock. Winner at all IFS races at Eagle River. Two-time winner Adirondack. Also races in the summer months, dirt track, lightning sprints, and midgets. She's a 3-time Speedster champion, sponsored by Samson Racing, Giffers Racing, Choco Design, Kilometers Plus, RM Stater, Daco Racing, and Umatech. Keep your eyes on that rider. First time ever at Beausejour, and we welcome that fine team from Samson Racing. .39, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. Get a start at the back. Tough break for Tom Olson. Great start for the number 6. Wow, that is Gavin Peterson. Wow, coming off the line real hard was the number 6 of Gavin Peterson, young rider out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Very accomplished motocross racer, so he knows how to get off the line quick. We know that. There's the 79 up front. Sabrina Blanchette, first time ever here in Beausejour on the big half-mile oval out of Drummondville, Quebec. 98 miles per hour on the previous lap. Wow. They are lighting it up here. Danique Lambert on the number 3 in the second spot, so a pair of Quebec riders showing everybody the fast way around this half mile right now. Great racing for 4th and 5th, as well as 6th, 7th, and 8th. Great action up front. The 79, Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. The Samson Racing entry, pretty strong so far. These riders get these 5 laps done quick. 79 in the 3 in the top 2. The great race continues up front. 79's going to take the win, Sabrina Blanchette. Great run. Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. They're on the skidoo. But wow, how about it for Sabrina Blanchette on the number 79. First time ever in Beausejour. And looks like she has been here for many, many years. Sponsored by Samson Racing, Giffers Racing, Choco Design, Kilometers Plus, RM Stater, Daco Racing, and Umatech. 31 in the 3rd spot in that one. That's Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. So that is your unofficial top 3. More results to come your way on cooldown.tv. Anthony's got it covered. All right. Race 14, Pro Champ 440s coming up. This will be round 1, heat number 2. The 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on a Wall Brothers chassis. 59 will be Hunter Johnson from Drayton, North Dakota. The 916 is Harrison Lefevre out of Hibbing, Minnesota. And riding the number 5 is Ross Olson from Fargo. The 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. And G-Money Gunnar Stern on the 220 is out of West Chicago, Illinois. The 15 is Hunter Sears from St. Francis. The 1 is Griffin Lepak from Hartford, Wisconsin. And the 54 is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. Getting set to go with our next round in the Pro Champ 440 class. Of course, Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois in the 220, the Red Bull Skidoo FXR Woody-sponsored entry. This driver started on Mini Z's many years ago. He is a CPTC champion and a 4-time TLR Cup champion. So keep your eyes on the Red Bull Skidoo in the middle of the pack there. Looks like third from outside as they line up on these highly competitive sleds. This will be the class we all do our 60-second Canadian Power Toboggan Championships race with tomorrow. Here we go. Looks like G-Money Gunnar Stern on the Red Bull Skidoo with the whole shot there. Wasting no time, the rider out of West Chicago, Illinois. And good early here in Beausejour. .39 in the second spot. This is race number 14, Pro Champ 440, ProStar Round 1, Heat 2. 98 miles per hour on the previous lap. Riding the number 39, Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That rider certainly knows how to get around the racetrack here. Justin Peterson, over 30 years old. Sponsored by Stud Boy, Laudoff Septic Surfaces, and Meyer Yamaha. Gunnar Stern, G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois, continues to have that Red Bull Skidoo pointed in the right way and showing the way to the rest of the field. Taking the white flag, 1 to go. .75 in the third spot is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Great looking sled. That is a wall chassis. 100 miles an hour flat on the last lap. Gunnar Stern takes the win, followed by the 39X, Justin Peterson. Cook, then the number 5 of Ross Olson out of Fargo. Ross Olson out of Fargo, North Dakota on a 2010 Skidoo. Pretty decent racing in race number 14 on your schedule. Pro Champ 440, USSA ProStar Cup Racing, where we will crown a points champion. Of course, it is the USSA ProStar Cup's final race of 2024. We will end the points series here today, and then, of course, tomorrow is the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championship in that very same class. So lots of important business to take care of for these fine riders in the Pro Champ 440s. As we move now to race number 15 on your schedule, race 15. And here's how they line up. Jordan Sabetsky is out of Beausejour on the number 24, sponsored by Sabetsky Enterprises. The 87 is Madison Phillips from Drayton, North Dakota on a 2020 Johnson Racing chassis. The 55 is Brett Keelback from West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. That is a wall chassis. And the 102, keep your eyes on this rider, Blaine Stevenson, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. The team is out of Greenbush, Minnesota. The 111 is Tanner Foss from Middle River, Minnesota. The 16, DJ Saluk from Beausejour on a Polaris. The 28, having a whale of a season. This is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 8 is Travis McDonald, a local rider out of Lockport area. And the 48 is Philippe Roy-Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec on a 2023 Skidoo. That will be your lineup for race 15 in the Pro Champ 440 class. 48, Philippe Roy-Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines and Choco. Here we go. Tanner Foss on the 111 with a whale of a start there in race 15. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. Round 1, heat number 3, tearing around the racetrack here. They are moving along. Up front right now, the local rider, the number 8 of Travis McDonald. No stranger to the front of the pack, Travis McDonald on a Hool chassis out of Lockport, a former Valcourt winner. Has won Saturdays and Sundays here, except the big one, a former go-kart racer sponsored by Skidoo, Serve Pro, FXR, and Bennett's Marine. Great racing action for second and third. And in the middle of the pack here in race number 15 on your schedule. Always exciting USSA ProStar Cup action on track. 102 in the 28, second and third. That is Blaine Stevenson and Matt Gady on the 28. But still, Travis McDonald on the number 8, sponsored by Serve Pro and Bennett's Marine, looking mighty quick here. Look at the number 28 of Matt Gady put the pressure on the 102 of Blaine Stevenson in turn 1 and 2. Travis McDonald continues to lead into turn 3. Gady on the inside of turn number 3. Inside comes the number 28, down to the checkered flag now. Travis McDonald followed by Gady in the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. That will be your unofficial top 3, and what a race that was. Matt Gady and Blaine Stevenson in a fierce battle in the closing laps. And unofficially, Matt Gady will take second, but Travis McDonald doing a great job on the Hool chassis. Travis McDonald on the 8 out of Lockport, Manitoba, sponsored by Skidoo, Ryback's Custom Machine, and Dayco. Unofficially takes race number 15 to the rest of the field. Great action so far here today at the Co-op Community Complex. Race 16 on deck, the Jerry Bunke Cup, and this one is going to be sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises, PJ Materik Auto Body and Glass, Springfield Chiropractic, Rantec Industrial Limited, Hildebrand Sod Farm, Sport Parts Incorporated, and Baxter Ranch. We'll give you a bit of history here on the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge momentarily as they get set to come out of the pit area. Total of 4 races on the weekend, 2 today, 2 tomorrow. This is an overall weekend point series. And of course, Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 70s. He tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. To honor the dedication, perseverance, and professionalism that Jerry displayed during his career, we at CPTC are pleased to present the annual Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge Award to the winner of the IFS 440X class. Winner of last year's was the 80 of Joe Presta. These sleds absolutely fly. 7 is going to be Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour, the 61 Tom Olson out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota. Riding the 80 is the champ, Joe Presta out of Ladywood, Manitoba. 79, well, you just saw her, Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. The 12 is Jamie Grenier out of Swan Lake, and the 64 is Joe Koch out of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. First heat race of the 4-race Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge, brought to you again by Baxter Ranch, Sport Parts Incorporated, Rantec Industrial, Hildebrand Sod Farm, Springfield Chiropractic, PJ Materik Auto Body and Glass, and Beausejour's Sobetsky Enterprises Limited. Tom Olson on the 61, start at the back. We are racing in our first of 4 Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge races. Don't forget, it's an overall point series. 2 races today and 2 races tomorrow, and we've got a rider off in turn number 4. Red flag is out. I did not see that incident. We're going to see if the rider is okay. The sled went through the bales, as did the rider. Of course, our camera crew here at cooldown.tv. Johnny on the spot, and we're going to take a look at the replay here if we can in the tower. See what happened there. We'll bring you that update momentarily on cooldown.tv for you in internet land. All right, looks like the rider is okay. We haven't been able to make out the sled yet. It's deep in the bales. Well, it looks like that sled went all by on its lonesome into those bales there. I think, yeah, it looks like that by the replay. All right, our safety crew working in turn 3 and 4 with our head flagman, Riley Baker. And we'll bring you an update just as soon as we can as we go to a cooldown.tv instant replay from another angle. Leaders entering through turn number 3 and 4. And oh yeah, that rider went all by his lonesome. No collision whatsoever. So either maybe a little rough in turn 3 or 4, or a sled that didn't handle quite correctly, or just rider error. All right, for those of you tuned in to cooldown.tv, we are now going to go to the pit area with our pit reporter, Brett Richter. All right, now back to the racetrack as we clean up the bales. We are having some audio trouble, I do believe, from the pit area. We'll try to work that out as soon as we can. That will never be broadcast live here. It is broadcast on cooldown.tv, but what we do is we watch it on cooldown.tv right here in the booth, and then I can relay to all you live fans what Brett Richter and the given driver had to say. So in that point, well, we got nothing. There's a microphone issue, but we will definitely try to fix that as soon as possible. That is a new thing we're doing in 2024 with Brett Richter, formerly of TLR Cup and USSA. Brett's out of Hurley, Wisconsin, and came all the way up here to help out in the pits, and the guy knows what he's talking about. Great to have Brett Richter with us here this weekend in Beausejour, part of the 62nd FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, as the riders sit in the corner awaiting launch once again in the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. Jerry Bunke Cup Round 1 on the track, race 16 for those of you just joining us. If you're live with us here, schedules are available at the front gate, and we are on race number 16 of that schedule right now as Riley Baker beckons the sleds to the starting line. Looks like the 7 and the 64 back at the starting line, as is the 12. Rider down the back straightaway. That could be the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. As we get set to go back to work on race number 16 of a total of 50 races today. That is the number 61 joining us, Tom Olson out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota. All right, so 4 left here in the IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. And the 7, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour with a great start aboard a 1979 Skidoo. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Attention in the pit area, the next race, and you should be in staging, is the Sportsman 600 class. After that, it'll be ProMod 340 Liquid and Supermod 340 Liquid combo final going, and then ATVs come to the track. 91 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader here in the Jerry Bunke Cup. Round 1 of the weekend. Jamie Grenier in the second spot. Third is the 61 of Tom Olson. 93 miles per hour on the previous lap. Working on race number 16 on your schedule for FXR. Also like to thank Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, our Cobra pit area open to the public, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead, and Twisted Tea, along with Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oak Bank Hearing Center, RM of Brokenhead in the town of Beausejour. White flag out in this one. And the number 7 is going to take this one going away. Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour on the 79 Skidoo. Looking real good there in round 1 of the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup. JB Grenier and the 12. 61 Tom Olson across the line. As is the 64 of Joe Koch out of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. That is the 79 Skidoo crossing the start-finish line. Again, a couple of reminders at 2:30, and we are already there. You can log on to CPTC Racing. We have a Driver of the Weekend contest. Vote for your favorite Pro Champ 440 rider at cptcracing.com. Don't forget, Beausejour Knights of Columbus selling 50-50 tickets throughout the day. They were over $1,000 the last time we heard. They'll be walking throughout the CPTC grounds, and you can get tickets for the 50-50 as well at the Moose Den. The Knights of Columbus support the communities, assisting the needy, and give back to these communities. It's great to have them. Very grateful for all your support. Race 17 coming up already here. Sportsman 600s, round 1 for 5 laps. 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Riding the 179 is Jason Mackey. He's from Lanigan, Saskatchewan. The number 3 is Scott Wagner. The 14 is Caden Temple. Riding the 15 is Kyle Omachinsky. The 44X is Randy Oliver. The 16 is DJ Saluk. DJ is from Beausejour. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden. And the 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. That is your lineup for race 17 in the Sportsman 600s. This class usually very, very competitive here at the Co-op Community Complex. 62nd Annual Canadian Power Toboggan Championships are here, and we are excited. Look at this race in the top 5. You could put a blanket over them. Heads up, heads up. One of the riders off the pace, but still going slowly as the rest of the pack already in turn number 3. We've got ourselves a great race happening here already in the Sportsman 600 class. Omachinski looking real good on the number 15 out of Beausejour, showing the way. 92 miles per hour for the race leader on the previous circuit. .779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. 16, DJ Saluk, unofficial top 3 in race 17 in the very competitive Sportsman 600 class. Race leader, 1 to go now. John Hall, 4th spot in that Skidoo machine, the 1996 Skidoo of John Hall, unofficially 4th. He is number 13 on the track. That'll do it. The 15, the 779, and the 16 in the top 3. 44X and the 13 round out the top 5. The 44X, Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, on a 1999 Polaris. So that'll do it for race number 17. Sportsman 600s, that was round 1 for 5 laps. Coming up next, race 18, ProMod 340 Liquids and Supermod 340 Liquid combo final for 4 laps. And we will bring you that lineup momentarily. Wow, some good fortune for Travis McDonald in a Pro Champ 440 previous race. He did win that one and blew a belt just after the finish line. That's timely. Maintains the win, but blew a belt, so they'll fix that one up. Figure it out, but a great run for the Lockport, Manitoba native in the Pro Champ 440 class, part of the USSA ProStar Cup competition. And the point series ending today here. And Tanner Foss with an engine problem. A meltdown, apparently, according to Brett Richter from Hurley, Wisconsin. So thanks for that, Brett. As we get set to go, ProMod 340 Liquid, Supermod 340 Liquid combo. This is race 18. Sabrina Blanchette is out of Drummondville, Quebec on the 79. 65 is Norm Chura from Manola. The 44 is Vic Mazer from West St. Paul. That is a 1973 Polaris. Also on a 73 Polaris is the 165 of Justin Habing. The 38 is Lee Baxter out of Mayerthorpe, Alberta, a 1976 Arctic Cat. And red flag, we are going back to the starting line here. We'll try it one more time. Attention in the pit area. Race 19 will be the ATVs. The four-wheelers will hit the track next, then Outlaw 600s, then Women's Formula 500. There's Sabrina Blanchette on the number 79 out of Drummondville, Quebec. Alongside the 44, that is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. Oh boy, look at that start for the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. She is here to win this weekend and has done so in so many other places. Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. 21 years racing. First female to ever make the front row at Eagle River World Championships. Race 18 on your schedule, Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Supermod 340 Liquid. Second spot, the 65 Chura. Vic Mazer's on the 44. Third, the 165. Fourth is Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba. That is a 73 Polaris in the fourth and final spot. And white flag coming out for the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec with, well, about a straightaway lead on the rest of the pack here. As we talked about earlier, of course, Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec also races dirt track lightning sprints and midgets. She's a 3-time Speedster champion, sponsored by Samson Racing and Giffers Racing, and has the checkered flag here. Also sponsored by Choco Design, Kilometers Plus, RM Stater, and Daco Racing. Chura brings the Polaris home in second. Mazer another Polaris third. Vic Mazer on the 44 out of West St. Paul, Manitoba. Fourth will be the 165. That is Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba on a 1973 Polaris. And that will do it for race number 18. All right, ATVs coming up very soon here in Beausejour. Race number 19 on your schedule. We have a total of 50 races today, we are told. 5-0. That is a busy day. Wow. Our volunteers here at CPTC do such a great job. Great recovery crew. Everybody working in the pit areas, our timing and scoring up here. Our photographer, Daryl Gershman, who started photography in 1978. He started photography in flowers and mushrooms. That was his deal. And of course, now does hockey and motorsports. And Daryl does such a good job. You'll see his photos all over the place. He told me yesterday, Anthony, that he will shoot sometimes 8,000 photos in a day. 8,000. Now, what he does is he gets home, he edits them, he drops about 40% right off the hop. So now he's down to about 5,000, but try to get through 5,000 photos. Like, what a great job he does. And they're great photographs. I mean, they're just fantastic. So hats off to Daryl Gershman, our official photographer here, who I've known for a long time, and great gentleman, and what a photographer. All right, so what do we got? We've got ATVs. I'm like, where's the tracks? Those are wheels. We're racing, and here's the lineup. The 14 is Rob Clark out of Beausejour. The 25 is Tyler Verbrugge out of Tyndall. The 17 is Austin Lewandowski. The 27 is Lynn Sather. The 29, Corey Johnson. Ryan Gibson is on the 7. The 22 is Mike Verbrugge. And the 44 is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. Looks like we got Mike and Tyler Verbrugge here as we get set with more ATV racing. Mike Verbrugge on the 22, showing the way thus far. 75 miles per hour for the ATVs. Pretty good speeds. Looking at the green flag down the front chute. 22 still in the lead. Going through the corners here quite nicely in the ATV Open division. There's the 17 on the front chute. Well off the pace. Austin Lewandowski out of Winnipeg. It's a 2001 Yamaha. But nowhere near the lead right now. Ryan Gibson, second on the number 7. Lynn Sather out of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, is on the 27. 75 miles per hour on the previous lap for your leaders. '22 still the leader, followed by the 7 of Gibson and the 27 of Lynn Sather. Mike Verbruge on the 22 out of Garson. That is a 2008 KTM according to our lineup sheets. Look at the action now in turn number 3 and 4 as the ATV Open heats up a bit. The 7 picks off the 22, so Ryan Gibson on the 7, picking up Mike Verbruge almost right at the finish line. Great finish in the ATV Open. That will do it. That was scheduled for 5 laps. We got 5 in. Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour, who just competed, actually, you'll remember, in the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup Challenge race, number 1 of the weekend. Did a great job there as well. That guy is a racer, as they say. All right. Off next to the sprint car / snowmobile / running start Outlaw 600s. 44W is David Webster, the 19 Chris Plasky, riding the number 1, or driving the 1 in this case, Joe Schneider. The 36 is Tom Stoltman. 71 is Donnie Neubauer out of Westboro, Wisconsin. The 4 is Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. The 3XL is Shorty Curran, and the 18 is Aria Plasky out of St. Germain. So we will have a running start in this one, sprint car style. And green flag is being displayed. Here we go. 44, right to the early lead. That is David Webster, followed by the 1 of Joe Schneider. And uh-oh, we've got some trouble. But the race continues on. Some spin-outs. Try that on a regular snowmobile. That was pretty exciting. I like that stuff. There goes the 1 of Joe Schneider in a great big hurry. Aria Plasky in the number 18 out of St. Germain. That is a 2018 Beagle chassis. 82 miles per hour on the previous lap. There's the number 19 of Plasky into the second spot. Teroff. That is Ron Teroff, not the Teroff you use on a helmet. Ron Teroff in the number 4 is 4th. That is a 4-stroke engine. 600cc 2 strokes or 1,000 4-strokes. That's what you can run. But right now, the number 1 is a 600cc 2-stroke, and that appears the way to go right now. As the number 1 continues to lead, Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. White flag is out, 1 to go. Christopher Plasky on the number 19 is second from St. Germain, Wisconsin. There's the number 3, Shorty Curran out of Browntown, Wisconsin. One of the few that is not from St. Germain. Checkered flag for the one of Joe Schneider. Plasky second on the number 19, or in the 19. I think you're in one of these like you are a car, and you're on it if you're a snowmobile. There's the 36 coming across, Tom Stoltman. The 18 of Area Plasky. The 4 of Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. It's a 2015 Eagle. And there's the 3 as well of Shorty Curran out of Browntown, Wisconsin. It looks like race 21 coming up next, Women's Formula 500. This is the final for 5 laps and our final race before a Quebec's intermission break. All right, so race 21 coming up before our Quebec's intermission break. Want to remind everybody, after race 25, which is a little ways away, but after race 25, the Outlaw 600s and the Pro Champ 440 riders will be over at the Moose Den for an autograph session. Once again, that autograph session after race 25 at the Moose Den, which is our beer garden. Also, you can get on cptcracing.com and vote for your rider of the weekend in the Pro Champ class. That is the Pro Champ 440s, the USSA ProStar Cup. So, lots to see and do and hear about this weekend. There is the 434. That is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster. The number 44 in this one is Marilee Peterson out of Lancaster. Who else we have? We have, looks like the number 112, Ella Gust out of Greenbush. The 113 is back, Hannah Westland. 685 is Janessa Isney. And Hannah Cook is on the 757 scheduled to run here. Janessa Isney out of Middle River, Minnesota on the 685. We're going racing right now. Great start for these riders in the Women's Formula 500. Final 5 laps is the distance. Race 21 of 50 on the day. Riley Baker, our head flagman, looks them over as they shoot down the front straightaway. 434 is your leader. That is Miranda Peterson. Miranda is out of Lancaster, Minnesota on a 1989 GPR chassis. Marilee Peterson on the 44, leading the 113 of Westland, who is third, so 44 is second. But still, Miranda Peterson on the 434, looking pretty strong here. There's your leader across the start-finish line with the 44 in tow. Westland on the 113. In the third spot as your leaders go through lap traffic now out of turn 2 and down the long back straightaway. White flag coming out this time around for your race leader. That is the 434 of Miranda Peterson. Marilee Peterson on the 44 and Westland third. Ella Gust is on the 112 out of Greenbush, Minnesota. That is a 1989 Polaris. And checkered is out right now for Miranda Peterson, followed by the 44 and the 113. Marilee Peterson will take second. And the 113, Hanno Westland. Out of Strathcona, riding a 92 Polaris. Looking pretty strong. Janessa Isney was on the 685 in that one. Hannah Cook on the 757 now coming across the line. Hannah Cook is out of Dayton, Minnesota on a 1989 Polaris. Well, that is the end of race 21, race fans, and that means another Quebec's intermission break right here at the Co-op Community Complex, all part of the 62nd FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Get on over to the Moose Den, get yourself a nice cold one, check out our concession area, and if you head on over to our beer garden, the Moose Den, do check out our full line of CPTC promo wear. We'll be back with you momentarily right here from Beausejour.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting.
You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Well, race fans, we're up in the tower here with Brett Richter out of Hurley, Wisconsin, formerly with the TLR Cup and the USSA, our pit reporter here this weekend. And we did this as an experiment. I thought it worked out very, very cool. You did a great job, and your insight was just so important to this broadcast with cooldown.tv.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. It's fun, and I think we all realize that, you know, with track surface preparation that we have to do here in the racing community, there's a little bit of dead time sometimes during the race day. So if we can fill in the gaps for the people and help them understand what's going on behind the scenes, something they don't often get to see, it just makes a good filler for the day.
Absolutely. Now, you were working down in the pit area. We heard from you. Some engines going down, some picks through heat exchangers and all that other good stuff, and you brought it all to us. This was an experiment we were working with, so can you tell us a little bit about what's going to happen for the rest of the weekend?
Sure. It's a great experiment. It's something that's going to build going towards the future. Sometimes current technology is a little bit of a challenge still, and that's what we're finding with the microphone system over there. So Chris here is going to put some things in place for the December race. We'll all come back, get back together again, and it'll be a little bit bigger and a little bit better than it was this time for sure.
All right, that sounds awesome. Brett Richter from Hurley, Wisconsin with us here this weekend for those of you just tuning in. This place, you've been to it several times. You've been to many, many, many other facilities throughout the world that race snowmobiles. Tell us and the fans that have never been here why they should be here.
Yeah, there's a couple of really big factors that come into play when you come up here to see a race in Beausejour. First of all, it's the hospitality. The number of volunteers that are here, there's a lot of smiles on their faces. They're happy to see you. It's a very comforting place to come and watch a race. From a racer perspective, it's a big surface. It's wide. It's fast. There's always good ice up here. The competition's always superb. The pit area is very well laid out. So everything just functions well. It's a facility that's designed not only for the spectator, but also for the racer. And that's a little bit hard to find these days. It seems that many venues cater one way or the other, but this facility really checks all the marks.
And, of course, we have Andy Baker back in the pit area. He's been on the board of directors for 50 years, a volunteer for 55 years, and that guy knows how to run a racetrack.
He really does. I had a chance on Thursday to spend some time with Andy. You can find that interview out on the CPTC Facebook page, and also I believe it'll be over on Cooldown TV. Over the course of the last couple of days as well, I was able to spend time with Chris, and we talked to a number of the champ drivers, preparing some of the interviews that you're going to see during the track preparation time here. Also have a special piece coming a little bit later in the day that I'm excited for you all to see.
All right, thanks very much. That's Brett Richter out of Hurley, Wisconsin, formerly with the TLR Cup and the USSA. Doing a great job pit reporting. We've got lots more action set to come your way here today and tomorrow at the Community Complex, sponsored by Co-op, all part of the CPTC and the 62nd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
Hi, everybody. Brett Richter back here at the CPTC. Looking forward to a fantastic racing in the 440 Champ Division. The championship we are running for on Sunday is one of the most prestigious in the ice oval racing world. And coming to compete for it this year is none other than Sabrina Blanchet. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah. First time here in Beausejour?
Yeah, first time. Yeah.
It's a big track.
Oh yeah, it's big, it's wide.
Yeah. Did it feel good out there?
Yeah, it was the first time today, so yeah, it felt really good.
Good.
Yeah.
How many sleds did you bring with you?
We bring 3 sleds.
And what classes are those?
Vintage 340, Vintage 440, and the Pro Champ.
And is this your first year on the Pro Champ?
What?
First year on Pro Champ?
With this sled, yes, but no.
Okay.
No.
All right. And this is a new sled to you.
Yeah, exactly.
How does it feel?
Really good. Yeah. We tried a boat sled before the season, and we take the wall one. Yeah,
okay.
TNN. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. That's is that Nick Van Strijdonck's old sled?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He was fast with that, so you have something to keep up to.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's interesting to see you with a red hood, though.
Yeah, first time, yeah.
You want to put some yellow spray paint on there and change the color?
Maybe next year, maybe.
Yeah. And one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. How long of a trip for you to get here? I know you flew, but how long did it take the
I
team?
think they take about 30 hours,
Wow.
something like that, yeah.
Wow, good. Your season has been changed like everybody else's because of weather. Yeah, you didn't come for the Vintage World Championship on a shortened schedule. Did you miss that?
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to be like, try to be back-to-back world champion, but with the bad condition, we just decide to stay home and come back next year. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
Are you still racing cars in the summer quite a bit?
Yeah, I race a sprint car, lightning sprint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, you enjoy that.
Oh yeah, it's fun.
You prefer the car or the snowmobile?
I would say the snowmobile, yeah.
Yeah, still?
Yeah,
Good for you.
Still, yeah.
Good for you. You're a tough competitor out there. We're excited to have you here. What sponsors and people help you get to the racetrack?
Samsung Racing, of course, and our Gifford for the motor and clutching and everything. And we got Darren Van Hoof and his son, and my boyfriend, and Patrick. So a couple guys come here to help, yeah.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. I wish you a ton of luck this weekend. I hope things go really well for you.
Thank you so much.
I always love seeing the ponytail out the back of the helmet, so it's kind of like a trademark, but it's a lot of fun. So we're going to end with the FXR Fast 10, okay?
Okay.
You ready?
Yep.
Do you prefer grapes or raisins?
Reason.
Leggings or jeans?
Legging.
Do you like food mild or spicy?
Mild.
Do you prefer Under Armour or Nike?
Nike.
Do you prefer brains or beauty?
Brains.
Would you rather go to an art museum or a history museum?
History.
Would you rather be accurate or fast?
Fast.
Would you rather sleep in a hammock or in a bed?
Bed.
And would you rather have ketchup or ranch?
Ketchup.
And I know I'm going to ask you Reese's or Snickers. We've had this issue before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you still want me to ask you?
Yeah.
You're going to say Snickers?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to end it right here. That's enough. So, driver of the number 79 Pro Champ, Sabrina Blanchet. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back live here at the FXR 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Day 1 of 2 here on the big half-mile oval. Race 22 coming up next. Junior 2 F500 final sitting over in turn 4, and here's how they're going to line up. This race will be 5 laps. The 112 is going to be El Auguste out of Greenbush, Minnesota. The 44 is Ethan Clark from Beausejour. The 434 is from Lancaster, Minnesota. This is Miranda Peterson, and also out of Lancaster is the 44 of Marley Peterson. The 10 is Derek Meyer. The 11, Ben Meyer, both out of Michigan on 1990 Polarises. And the 23 is Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba on an 89 Polaris. Race 22, Junior 2 F500 final, getting set to go racing here for FXR. Here we go. Great start for the 23. Bursting off the line, Dylan Fox out of Balmoral. Leads the 44 of Marley Peterson out of Lancaster. Great start. No hesitation whatsoever. Attention in the pit area. Next up, we have 3 heats of Pro Champ 440s, the premier class here, all part of the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. So 3 in a row, race 23, 24, and 25. Then we'll go to the IFS 340X final. Then some Pro Formula 3 racing. So if you're in those classes, you need to think about being in staging right away. All right, back to the action here in race 22, Junior 2 F500 action on the track. We have, of course, been through the lineup. And after a great start, the number 23, Dylan Fox, still leading. Looking real quick. There's the 11 in the 3rd spot. That is Ben Meyer. 434 is Miranda Peterson. Miranda is on that 434 in 4th spot currently. White flag is out for your leader, the number 23. The 10 in 2nd, Derek Meyer. Then the 11, that is Ben Meyer. Top 3 so far. Then the 434 of Miranda Peterson. Then the 44 in 5th, that is Marley Peterson. The 112 is El Auguste out of Greenbush. And checkers already for Dylan Fox on the number 23. The 10 and the 11, 2nd and 3rd, that is Derek and Ben Meyer respectively. Miranda Peterson on the 434 is 4th. And 5th is the 44. There's the 112 coming across. That is El Auguste out of Greenbush, Minnesota. That'll do it for Junior 2 F500 racing. That was their final for 5 laps. Next up, Oak Champ 440 set to come your way. Ross Olson out of Fargo will be on the number 5. 916 is Harrison Lefevre out of Hibbing, Minnesota. Harrison will be on a 2007 wall chassis. The 220 is Gunnar Stern. This is G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. CPTC champion as well as a multi-time TLR Cup champion. Keep your eyes also on the 39X. This is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on a Hool chassis, riding a Skidoo. The number 8 is going to be Travis McDonald out of Lockport. The 1 is Griffin Lepak from Hartford, Wisconsin. The number 15 is Hunter Sears from St. Francis. Riding out of Beausejour on the number 21 is Tyler Obie. And the 233 is Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin on a Polaris racing chassis. All right, getting them lined up here. There is the number 5. Ross Olson out of Fargo gets there first. Harrison Lefevre's on that 916. There's Gunnar Stern on the 220. 39X of Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sport. There's the one of Griffin Lepak joining the party. Hunter Sears on the 15. Good looking number 21 of Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. Right on the outside. That is a beautifully prepared machine. As we get set to go racing here in the Pro Champ class. Gunnar Stern, G-Money, first to the first turn. Spinner and a crash in turn 2. But an easy get off for the rider as the red flag comes out here in race 23. So we're going to do it all again. Well, Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. G-Money, the 4-time TLR Cup champion, a CPTC champion. Started many years ago on Mini Z's. Sponsored by Red Bull, Skidoo, FXR, and Woody's. Of course, we have the Manitoba Mini Sled Racing Association going on the other side of the racetrack, and that's where many of these awesome Pro Champ 440 riders started. If you're just joining us here at the Co-op Community Complex, we want to welcome you. We've had a great day of motorsports action so far here. Working on race number 23 if you have your printed schedule with you. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. This is round 2, heat number 1, and the distance will be 5 laps in this one. All right, our starter, Riley Baker, beckoning the snowmobiles to the line here. Race 23 on the track. Race 24 and 25 will also be Pro Champ 440 races. Race 26, IFS 340X final. Then we'll move to race 27, which will be the Pro Formula 3 division. All new lights installed. This beautiful half-mile oval will be graced by those lights a little bit later on. As we have a total of 50 races on the schedule today, we are at race 23, so almost halfway through here today, but the lights will come on eventually. All new sound system here for 2024. Volunteers at CPTC are doing this thing right. Good battle into turn number 1 and 2 as they are a couple wide down the back straightaway. And hauling the mail into turn number 3 and 4. What a race up front. The 39X looking pretty strong here. Justin Peterson leading the 220 G-Money. Gunnar Stern here on the Red Bull Skidoo. They will certainly have a battle here in the closing laps. Third spot, Travis McDonald out of Lockport on the Dayco Venice Marine number 8. Blew a belt at the finish line in the previous race, but won the race. A timely mechanical problem, if there ever is one. 100 miles per hour even on the previous lap. As Gunnar Stern remains in the second spot behind the 39X of Justin Peterson. Justin Peterson, sponsored by Stud Boy, Ladoff Septic Services, and Meyer Yamaha. Gunnar Stern in a great big hurry in the second spot, has a chance to strike here in turn 3 and 4. going to be the 39X of Justin Peterson, followed by Stern in the second spot. Hunter Sears on the 15, looking pretty good out of St. Francis, Minnesota. Rounding out the top three in race 23. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Round 2, Heat number 1 action. That was a good one. Great job by the 39X of Justin Peterson holding off G-Money Gunner Stern, who with multiple championships is not easy to beat at any time. The 39X has got to feel good about that one. Justin Peterson gets the job done, the rider of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, riding that Houle chassis to victory in that one. Race 24 coming up, another Pro Champ 440 race. DJ Saluk is on the number 16. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. 54 Calvin Peterson. The 28 is Matt Gady from New Germany, Minnesota, having a great season. Riding out of Enola, Manitoba is the 35 Dylan Barron. The 31 is Will Garceau from Wisconsin. The 39 Tom Olson. He rides out of the Wall Brothers Racing Camp out of Greenbush, Minnesota, also sponsored by FXR. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. And the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec, on a 2023 Skidoo. All right, here we go. We are racing now as the 48 comes up to the outside. Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Looking him over at the starting line, and here we go. Racing now down the back straightaway here in lap number 1 of race 24, your Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Round 2 Heat 2 race. Matt Gady showing the way. We got a red flag on the track. Oh, there we go. Bales, yes, Bales, middle of 3 and 4. Looks like the rider is walking over there, looking around just a bit, so we'll have our safety crew on over there momentarily to take a look at the situation. We are working race 24, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. Now, of course, today we had the Beausejour Knights of Columbus with us selling 50-50 tickets. The Knights of Columbus support our communities, assisting the needy and giving back to our communities. Now, today's 50-50 draw got to $1,725. All right, so if you have this lucky ticket number, you can claim your $1,725 over at the Moose Den, the beer garden. Here is your winning ticket number for $1,725. The winning number is 135701. Again, winning 50-50 ticket 135701, and that can be claimed over at the Moose Den. Thank you for supporting the Beausejour Knights of Columbus. They do a great job. 17 1/4 to the winner. That's a good payday. Now going to a cooldown.tv instant replay. We will see if we can get that for you in internet land. Good shot right now on the live stream of the all-new LED lighting system here. This place will light up like the Daytona 500 does at night in a little bit. Darkness will eventually get here, and we will need to use our all-new lighting system. It is pretty cool. That is the 35 over there, incidentally. That is Dylan Barron, local rider. Dylan's out of Enola on a 2012 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. A little bit of hard luck over at the scene of the accident, but our safety crew is cleaning it up, and fortunately Dylan's okay. That is always good news. So they will clean up and fix the bales, and we will resume racing. Now we are getting closer and closer to race 25. We are on race 24 now. So at the end of race 25. For those of you that are live with us here at the Co-op Community Complex, we will have an autograph session at the Moose Den, which is the beer garden, for Pro Champ riders and Outlaw 600 drivers. So they will be signing autographs after race 25 at the Moose Den. So do check that out. Also, get onto cptcracing.com. We are going to pick our favorite Pro Champ 440 rider on the weekend. It's called the Rider of the Weekend. It's over at cptcracing.com. Vote for your favorite, and we'll declare a winner tomorrow. Started voting today at 2:30. Voting will end tomorrow at 2:30. So 24-hour period to vote for your favorite Pro Champ 440 driver here this weekend. All right, fired up and ready to go once again. Race 24. You know, Anthony, I still like that conversation I had with Daryl Gershman, our official photographer, yesterday. Can you imagine sitting through 8,000 photos after photographing 50 races? I mean, you talk about work. Wow. That's dedication. Very, very cool. And then you get on Facebook, you see a hockey game here, hockey game there. Like, that camera gets a workout. No question about that. Been shooting photos since 1978, has Daryl Gershman. Flowers and mushrooms were his subjects back in 1978. I tend to think this might be a little bit more exciting than flowers and mushrooms. I didn't ask him what kind of mushrooms he was photographing, but I might have been having hallucinations at the time. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't too sharp. Getting set to go racing once again here. Race 24, Pro Champ 440, ProStar Cup. Riley Baker looking him over, and we got a jumper. Now I think I know who's guilty, but I don't make those calls. We're going to find out here in a minute. It's in my brain, but it won't be on my breath till it's confirmed by our track officials. I'm quiet, don't worry. I think I saw something, but we'll see if I was right. And if I was wrong, nobody's going to know anyway, see? You can always win that one, Anthony, all the time. The less you say, the better off you are. That is a nice-looking sled at the line right now. That is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Sponsored by SP Flaxstraw and Auto Stripe. Pretty sharp-looking sled, huh? That is a beauty. Who else do we have coming down? There is the 79. That is Sabrina Blanchette. The 54 rolling around is Calvin Peterson. There's Matt Gady, who has been pretty dominant this year in snowmobile oval ice racing. Nice looking 31 of Will Garceau. We've got some unbelievable equipment and even better drivers here in this one. There goes the number 6, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City with a great start. Battling into turn 3 now. Your leader has company, has dropped to 3rd now as they come out of turn 4 and down the straightaway. Matt Gady being chased by Tom Olson. They are 1 and 2 on the racetrack. Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Minnesota on the 2024 Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. Third spot is the number 6. Originally had the whole shot. That is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. All kinds of action in turn number 3 now. Leaders already down the front chute. Gady and Olson then the 6. Keep your eyes in 4th spot. We have a charging rider here. Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec, having a great weekend and her first ever visit to the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, and we are just pleased as punch to have her along. And checkered flag, Matt Gady, followed by the 39 of Olsen. Sabrina Blanchette, then the 6 will be 4th. That is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, but what a great ride by Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. From the back row after an early jump, going to 3rd spot. Man, could she ride a sled? Wow. Race 25 coming up, and we'll bring you that just in a minute or so. We're looking at our sponsor list, and it's a great time to go through those, so let's do that real quick. Of course, FXR is our presenting sponsor here this weekend. We'd also like to thank Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oak Bank Hearing Center, RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour, all chipping in here and part of this USSA ProStar Cup last points race of the year. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup racing on the track once again. Round 2, Heat 3 for 5 laps. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing 102 out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. This will be Blaine Stevenson. The 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Riding the number 75, good-looking sled out of Dayton, Minnesota. This is Calvin Cook on a 2022 Wall Brothers chassis. And the 111 is Tanner Foss from Middle River. The 24 is Jordan Sobetsky from Beausejour. The 87, this is Madison Phillips from Drayton, North Dakota. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 59 is Hunter Johnson. And the 55 is Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. Race 25, Round 2, Heat 3 Pro Champs. Great action in turn number 1 and 2 now as they try to sort themselves out. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Here comes your leaders down the front chute. Number 111 of Tanner Foss out of Middle River showing the way. Blaine Stevenson in hot pursuit on the Wall Brothers Racing, number 102. Blaine Stevenson, a multi-time champion out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on the Polaris chassis. Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the number 3 in the 3rd spot. Blaine Stevenson starting to dance now into turn number 3. Challenging your leader as they come out of turn 4. Stevenson goes by, but just barely. What a battle here in race 25. Marking the halfway point throughout our day here. We've got a red. We'll try to get your report over from the center of turn 3 and 4. Don't forget, we are broadcasting live at 88.5 FM. Want to welcome all of our trackside parkers located throughout the facility. Want to remind everybody to please keep your headlights off during competition periods. Working in race number 25, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup action here. Here's a cooldown.tv replay for those of you on the internet watching this broadcast. 24 is in the bales, we are told. That'll be Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises 24. I can see the replay. Yep, the sled into the bales. Sobetsky following. All right. Tough go over there, but we believe the rider is okay, which is always optimum. Sleds can always be fixed. So the cleanup going on right now in turn number 3 and 4. Want to remind everybody, following this race number 25 we're watching right now, your Pro Champ 440 riders and the Outlaw 600 drivers will be over at the Moose Den signing autographs for a little autograph session, so do check that out. Grab yourself a nice cool one over at the Moose Den on a beautiful Manitoba afternoon. We are exactly at our halfway point, race 25. A total of 50 races scheduled on the day here in Beausejour. There is that sled now up on the recovery sled, and it will head back to the pit area and get a quick look. The 24 of Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour on the 2022 Polaris. Oh, maybe not. Rode it away. Okay. Well, good news. The 24 continuing down the racetrack here. I thought that thing was a bit more of a mess, but it looks pretty darn good out there. Well, the crew taking a look now at the number 24 of Jordan Sobetsky as they go through that sled. Hard-working team sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises right here in Beausejour. Of course, Sobetsky also sponsors our Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge, along with PJ Materik Auto Body and Glass, Springfield Chiropractic, Hildebrand Sod Farm, Rantec Industrial, Sport Parts Incorporated, and Baxter Ranch. And we'll see more of the Jerry Bunke Memorial a little bit later on. It is a 4-race series throughout the weekend. Total points wins the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup. Looks like the 24 will continue in this one, so that is great news for Beausejour fans. Race 26 will be IFS 340X. That'll be a final. Race 27, Pro Formula 3, round 2 for 5 laps will be race 27. And race 28 through 30, Black Cat Wear Parts F500 racing set to come your way. We will soon summon these riders back to the starting line and get going once again with race 25, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup action. There's the Wall Brothers Racing 102 of Blaine Stevenson, 111. Tanner Foss, who had a great start last time. The 3 is Danny Glambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. 55, sponsored by FXR, is Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. The 26, none other than Quinn Whitechuck from right here in Beausejour. Calvin Cook on the 75, and we're racing once again. Lane Stevenson in the lead around turn 1 and 2, but that rider has some company down the back straightaway. White flag coming out now. Wall Brothers 102 leads it. Foss and the 55 third. That is Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba on a Wall Brothers chassis. Looks like the 55 with some speed into turn 3 and 4, but might not have enough for second. As the Wall Brothers Racing 102 will take this one. Foss, then the 55. Cook will be fourth, then White Chuck in fifth on the number 26 out of Beausejour. So pretty close racing. Very close finish there in race 25, your Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. That was round 2, heat number 3. We'll bring you the lineup next for your IFS 340X race. Here we go. We got some cool sleds coming up. IFS 340X. This is the final for 5 laps. 12 is Jamie Grenier out of Swan Lake. The 61 will be Tom Olson riding out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota. The number 13 is Mike Stratichuk out of Saskatchewan, while the 35 will be Dylan Barron out of Anola. The 64 is Joe Koch out of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota on a 79 Skidoo. Joe Koch will round out the field. All right, so race 26, IFS 340X final for 5 laps. Let's take a look here as the riders get ready to go. Yep. I think we've got a jumper. Yes, we do. Red flag is out. So we will try this one again. Working on race 26 on your schedule. Race 27 will be the Pro Formula 3s. So we'll need you in staging immediately. That Pro Formula 3 class, of course, is the World Championship class at Eagle River. Once again, we're set up on the starting line for race 26, your IFS 340X final. Here we go. Jamie Grenier with a good start. .35, Dylan Barron out of Anola riding a 1979 Skidoo. Green being displayed down the front chute. The 35 is the leader, followed by the 12. That is Jamie Grenier. The 13 and third is Mike Stratichuk out of Saskatchewan. But right now, it is all Dylan Barron out of Anola on the 79 Skidoo. Looking awful quick here. Tom Olson in fourth on the number 61. Tom is out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota. That is a 1978 Polaris. Your leader running the string out quite a bit on the rest of the field now as we continue to race in number 26 of the day. Race 26, your IFS 340X final. White flag coming out, 1 to go. Mike Stratachuk on the number 13 in front of the 12 of Jamie Grenier. As they all battle down the back chute, your leader already at the checkered flag. Nice work by Dylan Barron out of Enola, Manitoba, winning on that 79 Skidoo. Jamie Grenier on the 12 finishes second unofficially. 13 is third. That's Mike Stratachuk. Rounding out the field, 64 Joe Koch. Looks like Olsen on the 61 will collect fourth unofficially in race 26, your IFS 340X final. Coming up next, Pro Formula 3 racing. Gavin Peterson, is going to be your first rider likely to the line. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota on the number 6. The 21 is Zach Rogers out of Wausau. Riding the number 92 is Haven Bouvret out of Michigan. The 221 is Reed Klinger. Riding the 39 is Tom Olson out of Greenbush. He rides for Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. The 129 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The 102, of course, is Blaine Stevenson, multi-time champion. And Blaine rides the Wall Brothers 102. Blaine is from St. Cloud. 28 is going to be Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 220, Gunnar Stern from West Chicago, Illinois, will ride in this one, as will the 29 of Andy Shoemaker out of Michigan. Some seriously talented riders coming up in race number 27 right here for you. Pro Formula 3 action is on deck. Round 2, 5 laps. Looks like the 39 of Tom Olson first to the first turn. Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR number 39. Looking pretty sharp here. Blaine Stevenson on the other Wall Brothers Racing entry in the second spot. So Olson first, Blaine Stevenson on the 102 is second. Good racing for third, fourth, and fifth now here in the Pro Formula 3 Round 2 race. Joey Birch is on the 129 in the top 5 here and looking pretty strong. Olson, Stevenson, and take a look, the 28 of Matt Gady into the 4th spot. Gady is one heck of a competitor. Has had a great year. On the number 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota. White flag is out. Less than a lap to go here now in race 27, your Pro Formula 3 race. It's going to be close to the finish line. Wow, that one was close. It looked like the 39 was in the number 1 spot, but I'm going to confirm that for you. The 102, Blaine Stevenson, right up there as well. We will give you the official finish here once I get it. I just want to make sure we are correct in that finish. All right, the 39 did win that race officially, we are told. Tom Olson. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 second, and Matt Gady on the 28 will officially finish third. That is your official top 3 finish, at least, in the Pro Formula 3 race. Race 28 on deck, Black Cat Wear Parts F500 Round 2 Heat 1. And the lineup looks like this for race 28. 29 is going to be Brad Harrison out of Nola, Manitoba. The 3 is Denis Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 95 is Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario. The 48X is Rich Mork from Eagle River, Wisconsin. The 33C of Mike Schultz is out of Thunder Bay, and from Winnipeg, riding the number 9 is Stefan Carignan. The 135 is Blair McDonald from Ile-des-Chênes, and the 99 is Connor Bauman from Mosinee, Wisconsin. Black Cat Wear Parts F500 racing set to come your way. Round 2, heat number 1 for 5 laps. An extremely competitive class on the starting line, facing our official starter, Riley Baker. Here we go. Oh, we have got an incident in turn 1. Looks like all riders are on their feet, so that is good news. A little bit of a squirrely start by the looks of things, and then there were sleds everywhere. Stefan Carignan on the number 9, the Skidoo, goes over to make sure the rider is okay. Stefan is a fantastic paramedic and a great racer as well. While looking at our cooldown.tv replay, you can see things got pretty narrow on the entrance to turn number 1, and rider got pinched. But everybody is okay, and that is the great news. Looks like the 99 of Connor Bauman is involved over there. Number 99, Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. So we're going to have to try this one again in race 28, your Black Cat Wear Parts F500 class. Pretty neat angle from the turn 2 camera, shooting across turn 1, but still pretty difficult to see exactly who was the culprit in that one. So it looks like the 99 of Connor Bauman will take a trip on the recovery sled back to the pit area. Race 29 coming up next will be another Black Cat Wear Parts F500 race, as will race 30. Then the last race before a Quebec's intermission break will be race 31, and we will go back to the ATV class. All right, let's go. We're going to do it again. Race 28. Give it another shot. Awesome, thank you very much. I would say 7. Getting set to go once again. Black Cat Wear Parts F500 action. And we are almost under green, but we have a jumper. All right. Race 28. Keep your eyes on the 29 of Brad Harrison. He has been pretty quick all year long here on the big half-mile oval. We are green. And just having had talked about Brad Harrison on the 29, Brad Harrison has the whole shot in race 28. Here we go. Under green down the front straightaway. Danique Lambert is out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, out of 1991 Polaris. Danique Lambert is on the number 3 and looking pretty good so far in your Black Cat Wear Parts race number 28 for F500s. '95 is LePage. Out of Murillo, Ontario, Jerry LePage in the 3rd spot. Stefan Gerg. Rich Mork, 5th on the 48X. Rich is out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. I think we've heard of that place before. The Quebec rider, the number 3, Danique Lambert. LePage, Carignan, 3rd and 4th. Blair McDonald is on the 135. Blair is out of Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba, riding a 1989 Polaris. And that'll do it. Brad Harrison on the 29. Danique Lambert 2nd out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Danique on a 91 Polaris. Then LePage followed by Carignan on the Skidoo. And the 135 unofficially rounds out the top 5 in race 28. Blair McDonald on the 135. Next up, race 29, Black Cat Wear Parts F500 action set to come your way. As we get set for them to come out of the staging area. Don't forget, 50-50 draw is done, but we'll do it again tomorrow, courtesy of the Beausejour Knights of Columbus. Today we gave away $1,725. Pretty impressive. That's a big, big win. All right, looking at our lineup for race 29, the 685 of Tanner Davey out of Middle River will be a scratch. So, who is in? Well, the 003 of Brody Wensloff. And Brody is out of Roseau, Minnesota. The 113 is going to be Hannah Westland. The 21, Zach Rogers. The 14 is James Schneider out of Beausejour, Manitoba, riding an 89 Polaris. Also out of 1989 Polaris, the 213 is Aaron Davey from Middle River, Minnesota. And rounding out the field, the 34X is Cale Bellow out of Waupun, Wisconsin. All right. Once again, a reminder, get on over to the Moose Den. The autograph session going on for the Pro Champs and Outlaw 600s. Check out the autograph session. And don't forget to get on to cptcracing.com and vote for the rider of the weekend. That'll be a fan vote. You can participate, and we are looking for your favorite Pro Champ 440 driver on the weekend. All of that at cptcracing.com. Tension in the pit area. If you are in race 30, that is another Black Cat Wear Parts F500 race. You should be in staging. Then ATVs will come up next before a Quebex intermission break. Aaron Davey on the 213 leads the number 21 of Zach Rogers out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Hope you're enjoying the race action, whether you are tuned in to cooldown.tv or live here in Beausejour at the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, right here at this fantastic co-op community complex. What a pile of great upgrades here this year. This place is so progressive. If you've never been here, you really need to come check it out if you're a snowmobile fan. It is outstanding. All new LED lighting around the whole racetrack, which we will be using fairly shortly here. All new sound system for 2024. Things get done right here in Beausejour. James Schneider is on the number 14 out of Beausejour, Manitoba. That is a 1989 Polaris. And checkered flag is out. Your winner, Aaron Davey, on the 213. 21 in the second spot is Zach Rogers, followed by the 14 and the 34X. That is James Schneider and Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. Race 30 on deck, and we'll be up right away. Hannah Westland on the 113 coming across the start-finish line. And that'll do it for Hannah for this race number. All right, here's your lineup for race number 30. Black Cat Wear Parts F500 action set to come your way. Riding a 1989 Polaris out of Strathcona, Minnesota. The 113 is Kendra Westland. And riding the number 98, this is Nick Kurth from Wausau, Wisconsin. The 17 is Jared Sackvey from Beausejour. The 34 is Colton Niewolny from Medford, Wisconsin. The 22A is Colton Abraham from Wausau, Wisconsin, while the number 9, well, this is Dane Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. Rounding out the field, the 54 is Tom Kielbach. Tom is out of Tyndall, Manitoba, on a 1990 Polaris. Working in race number 30 of a total of 50 on the day. Number 9 on the inside doing a nice job. That is Dane Klinger. And Dane looking strong as the 22A follows. That is Colton Abraham in the second spot currently. But things are changing quickly on the back chute. Dane Klinger is on the 9. The 34 is Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin. Great racing action into turn 3 and 4. They are getting at it here in race 30. This is your Black Cat Wear Parts F500 round 2 heat 3 race. Colton Abraham on the 22A in the third spot. Nick Kurth on the 98 out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Riding a 1990 Polaris in the top 5. Leader across the start-finish line once again. Dane Klinger on the 9, nothing changing there in the number 1 spot. Reminder, the autograph session going on right now over at the Moose Den. You can go visit and meet the Pro Champ 440 riders and the Outlaw 600 drivers. Check it out right now at the Moose Den. White flag is out as the number 34 tries to close the gap in the 2nd spot. Colton Niewalny on that number 34, and starting to maybe challenge the leader, Dane Klinger, on the number 9 now. Klinger is going to win it, followed by the number 34 of Niewalny, 22A. 3rd, that is Colton Abraham. Part of your Black Cat Wear Parts F500 action here at CPTC. Next up, race 31 on your schedule will be some more ATV action. ATV Open round 2 for 5 laps coming up next. All right, brand new lights are on in the facility here at CPTC for race 31, your ATV Open. This is round number 2. Number 22 is Mike Verbrugge out of Garson. The 27 is Lynn Sather from Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Lynn is on a 1989 Honda. 25 is Tyler Verbrugge from Tyndall. Number 29 is Corey Johnson from Oakbank. Riding the 14 is Rob Clark from Beausejour. Also from Beausejour, the 7 is Ryan Gibson. The 17 is Austin Lewandowski from Winnipeg. And another rider out of Beausejour on the number 44. This is Ethan Clark on a 2008 KTM. Race 31 on your schedule. ATV Open coming your way. Here we go. What a great day. Mike Verbrugge on the 22, challenging that 27 of Lynn Sather now. So it is a battle now for the lead between the 27 and the 22. It is a good race. Great racing for 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th here in race number 31 on the day of a total of 50 races. 74 miles per hour. That's pretty quick. Racing action now coming out of turn 4 and down the long front straightaway on a breezy Manitoba afternoon. Throwing up some snow dust through turn 1 and 2 now. Close racing up front. The 22 and the 27 continue to battle. In 3rd spot is the 44 of Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. It's a 2008 KTM. White flag being displayed right now. Number 7 of Ryan Gibson. Moving up now, 75 miles per hour on the previous lap, but Ryan Gibson on that number 7 out of Beausejour looking pretty good, but probably not within striking distance of the leaders in this closing lap. Mike Verbrugge will win it on the 22, the 27, Lynn Sather. will come home in the second spot. Third, the 7, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour, unofficially third. So, looks like that is the end of race 31, and it looks like it is time now for another Quebec's intermission break. Get on over to the Moose Den, visit with the riders and drivers over there. We have the Pro Champ 440 riders and Outlaw 600 drivers signing autographs at the Moose Den. Check out our full line of CPTC promo wear. And of course, our concession area serving all those delicious burgers. If you're hungry or thirsty, get on over to the concession area. We'll be back with all of you momentarily here at the Co-op Community Complex, all part of the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Whether investing in your child's future,
planning your dream retirement,
or saving for a vacation in between,
Access Credit Union has the right investment solution for every stage in your life. Open an investment online in minutes and get sound advice tailored to your needs.
As members ourselves, you'll feel comfort in knowing we have your best interest at heart. Access Credit Union. Invest in you.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting.
You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Brett Richter here, talking with the champs today. It's kind of a fun day. We're going to get to visit with some of our champ drivers here and going into the CPTC weekend. So it's Friday morning and talking this morning with Danik. Now let me get this straight. Is it Lambert or Lambert?
Lambert.
Lambert.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to put that French aspect on there. Huh?
Exactly.
Yeah. Welcome to the CPTC.
Thank you.
Yeah, long trip for you.
Yeah, it's almost 30 hours trip with the old truck. So yeah. It's a long trip, but it's all worth it.
Yeah. I don't know that anybody puts the miles on or the nights away from home that you do to come out and do this thing called ice oval racing.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. We are the only one from Quebec who do the whole tour. So we're basically on the road for 3 months. I was home maybe 14 days all winter since Christmas. So
wow.
Yeah, it makes it difficult, but like I said, it's worth it. I'm just living my dream. And
it's really an interesting community of people, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You meet people from all around. You know, I got now friends from all around states. Now in Manitoba, it's 30 hours from home, but I got friends that I'm as close as my friends at home. So it makes it special and funnier, I think.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. The general public, when they see you line up out there for a heat race or a final, I think the vision is that you're just competitors, that you're not really friends. But you're friends with so many of them. How do you turn off the friendship and turn on the competitive edge?
Well, I think I'm not the one who turns it off the most. Like, sometimes I won't risk a move because I know it's my friend on the outside. But I'll always be as competitive with someone that I really love or someone that I'm not close at all. It's just, you know, you got to trust the guy next to you. You know that you'll enjoy a beer with him after the race, but you also know that he can keep his lane and drive as hard as he can with you. So I think it makes you feel more safe on the track having friends. That's how I feel, because I think that I think that I'm friends with most people on the track, so I feel safer like that.
Yeah, that's really good insight to that. If there was a mirror on your snowmobile, if there was, and you could use it, and it was the last lap of a big race and you were in the lead, who would you least like to see right behind you?
Blaine Stevenson.
Really?
Yeah. You never know it's going to be his next move. He can diamond the corner, he can come in really low, and the sled going to stick there like no one can do. So yeah, you never want to see Blaine on the last lap behind you.
No? Do you wish you had a mirror or no?
No.
No.
Way too stressful.
Way too stressful. Awesome. What are your expectations for the weekend?
Pretty high, because we the last 2 weekends we did a podium in Valcourt. We won in Woodstock. I know Woodstock was not USSA, but still, the sled's super fast. I feel confident, so I'm going for the podium and maybe the win.
Awesome. That'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be great. Are you running only Champ this weekend?
No, I'm racing at 500 too with my dad.
So you're going to have a bunch of laps this weekend?
Yep, but it's good to learn the track as the weekend goes. The more lap, the better, I think. It's not the same driving style at all. You always learn something different every time out, so I appreciate it.
Right. So there's a rumor going around that you're liking this Hollywood nickname.
Well, I used to hate it, not gonna lie, when it first came out, but now I'm just used to it, and I just played a game with it, and it's fun. So now I gotta admit that I kind of like it.
Will we see Hollywood on your hero cards pretty soon?
Oh yeah, I got brand new one for those who wanna come and grab one Saturday. I guess we're gonna have a driver meet and greet, so I have the brand new Hollywood hero card for them.
There you go. And tell me a little bit about the Mohawk on the helmet.
This is all about one of my buddy passed away this summer, and he used to race for Paul, who's my team owner. And I always thought it looked goofy, but he always raced with one on his helmet. So I kind of put one on mine for tribute as my buddy, because it's the first winter he's not racing, because he was still racing F500 with me.
Okay.
And he was probably my best buddy around the track. So it just made me feel like he's with me.
I'm sorry to hear that. I had no idea.
It's all right. Yep.
So that's quite a tribute.
Yep.
And I think it helps the general public understand how committed these racers are to their sport. So that's a fantastic thing. We're going to wrap this up with something called the FXR Fast 10.
Okay.
I have 8 cards. Pick a number from 1 to 8.
3.
Of course. Why didn't I know that? All right. 10 quick questions. You ready?
Yes.
You prefer gold or silver?
Gold.
Would you rather go to Ireland or Hong Kong?
Ireland.
Would you rather play racquetball or tennis?
Racquetball.
Canoe or a kayak?
Canoe.
Coke or Pepsi?
Coke.
Couch or a recliner?
Couch.
Couch?
Yeah.
Corvette or a Mustang?
Oh, Corvette.
Paper or plastic?
Paper.
Bad breath or body odor?
The one I want, but I don't want. Body odor.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Reese.
Awesome. Good job. Good luck this weekend.
Thank
Hope you have
you.
a ton of fun.
Yeah.
That's Danik Lambert, driver of the number 3 Weatherhill Racing Machine.
All right, we're back here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Race number 32 will be a combined race. We'll have the Junior 2 Sprint 600s for 14 to 17-year-olds, and in the back row, Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. So let's look at it like this. Race 32, Junior 2 Sprint 600s. They will start front row. The 53 is Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba. And the 59 is Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, North Dakota. There they are at the line already. Back row, Junior 1 Sprint 380 final for 12 to 14-year-olds. The 11 is Ben Meyer. The 10, Derek Meyer. Riding the 99 out of Hallock, Minnesota is Levi Lurkey. The 60 is Braxton Cassidy, and the 43 is Carson Peterson. And here we go racing. With the older riders with the bigger sleds out front, and theoretically the back row should not catch them. But stranger things have happened, I'm sure. Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba leads the 59 of Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, North Dakota. Hunter is on a 2020 Johnson Racing chassis. 82 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Ben Meyer leading Derek Meyer in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class a little ways back on the track. They started second row and are a separate class. White flag will come out this time around in this race number 32. Alyssa Gusta still looking great up front out of Stead, Manitoba on the Hool chassis. Leading Hunter Johnson in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 for 14 to 17-year-olds. Checkered flag. Now in the second race, the 11 will win it, followed by the 10. The 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan, as is the 10, Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. They will finish 1-2 in the second race in that particular race 32. They started back row, and that was the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. For 12 to 14-year-olds, that was their final for both classes in race number 32. So that will do it for that one. Next up, race 33. This will be Pro Champ 440 for FXR, ProStar Cup, round 3, heat 1 for 5 laps. We'll be back with the lineup here momentarily. And here we go with that lineup. Riding the number 916 is Harrison Lefevre out of Hibbing, Minnesota. This is a Wall Brothers chassis. On a 2015 Hool, the 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Riding the number 39 from Greenbush, Minnesota, this is the Wall Brothers Racing entry of Tom Olson. And on the number 59 from Drayton, North Dakota, this is a 2017 Johnson Racing chassis. The pilot is Hunter Johnson. And out of St. Jude, Quebec, on the number 48, this is a Skidoo ridden by Philippe Roy-Lalonde. And on the 79 from Drummondville, Quebec, the 79 is Sabrina Blanchette. 16, DJ Saluk from Beausejour. The 233 is Matt Bennett from New London, Wisconsin. And the 55 is Brett Keelback from West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. Sabrina Blanchette in her first visit here, winning a heat race earlier in the Pro Champ 440s. She does a great job Competes in car racing as well as sled racing. 21 years in the business here, and what a great job she does. In her first visit to CPTC, she is on the 79. Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. Pretty narrow in turn number 1 as the riders head down the back straightaway and into that very fast turn number 3. Looks like a little bit of paint traded in turn number 1 and 2. .39X. Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, looking pretty sharp. Look at the race now for second and third place. We have got a battle. 98 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Sabrina Blanchette on the 79 into the second spot. 100 miles per hour, 2 miles an hour up on the previous lap here in race 33. 39 is Tom Olson in the third spot out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris in position number 3. Philippe Roy-Lalonde on the number 48, currently running 4th out there. As the battle continues for second and third. 39X, 79, 39, and 48, your top 4. Justin Peterson on the 39X out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Looking pretty sharp. Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec, having a nice run, as did Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing, number 39. 79 of Sabrina Blanchette, second. And the 39 of Olson, third in that one officially, just listening in on the radio here from our official scoring staff. Race 34 coming up. And that will be another Pro Champ 440 Pro Star race, round 3, heat 2 for 5 laps. And here's how this one looks. The number 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. He, of course, is a 2-time Eagle River World Champion in the F3 class. The 111 is Tanner Foss from Middle River, Minnesota. The 15 is Hunter Sears from St. Francis, Minnesota. Riding out of Beausejour on a Skidoo, the 26 is Quinn Whitechuck, and the 31 out of Wisconsin is Will Garceau. Riding the number 75, good-looking 75, in fact, is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. That is a Wall Brothers Racing chassis. The 54 is Calvin Peterson. The 8 is Travis McDonald, sponsored by Serve Pro and Bennett's Marine. And the 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, on a 2013 Skidoo. Race 34 on your schedule of 50 on the day, and we're getting set to go. Riley Baker is looking them over, and we're racing. Great video footage brought to you by CoolDown.tv. Anthony and Chris doing a great job here today, bringing you all the action in internet land. This is race 34 in the Pro Champ 440s. Race 34 on the day, round 3, heat 2 for the Pro Champs. 99 miles per hour on the previous lap. Matt Gady out front. Travis McDonald in the second spot. Danique Lambert is on the number 3 out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. What a season Matt Gady has had on the 28. Second win in a row in Eagle River this year in the F3 class. That is their World Championship class. Our Canadian Championship class will be held here tomorrow, of course. And that is this class, the Pro Champ 440s. 100 miles an hour on the last completed lap. Gady takes a white flag. McDonald second. Danique Lambert. The 15 is fourth. That is Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota. Not much question about that. Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota gets it done. McDonald second on the number 8. Danique Lambert. And the number 15 in the 4 spot. Number 15, of course, Hunter Sears on the Polaris, taking home unofficially the 4 spot. Great shot of the staging area as we get set to go with race number 35 coming up next. Great shot of the likes of Gunnar Stern over there. You can see Jordan Sobetsky. Lepak leaving, the number 6, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. And here is your starting lineup for race number 35 in the ProStar Cup, Pro Champ 440s. Out of West Chicago, Illinois in the 2023 Skidoo, this is G-Money Gunnar Stern. He is riding for Red Bull and Skidoo. And aboard the number 5 from Fargo, North Dakota, this is a Skidoo ridden by Ross Olson. The 24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises out of Beausejour, is the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky. The 21, also out of Beausejour, is Tyler Obi. Riding the number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. That is a Skidoo. And on the 2020 Johnson Racing entry, number 87 is out of Drayton, North Dakota. The rider is Madison Phillips. Aboard the number 1 is Griffin Lepak out of Hartford, Wisconsin. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson. And the 35 is Dylan Barron out of Enola. Dylan is on a Wall Brothers Racing chassis. Dylan Barron is a scratch. I'm just about to tell you that he recently won the 340 IFS race, but he will not be in this Pro Champ 440 race, so scratch the 35 of Dylan Barron. He did have a crash in this class earlier, also rides that IFS 340 class. What a start for the 220 and the 6. Gunnar Stern takes off like a shot, as did Gavin Peterson on the number 6 out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Look at that hole shot by the number 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois. CPTC champion, multi-time TLR Cup champion, getting the job done up front here in race number 35 on the day. 100 even, 100 miles per hour for the 220 of G-Money, Gunnar Stern. About a quarter straightaway lead on the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Good looking number 21 of Tyler Obi out of Beausejour, challenging for the 3rd spot out of turn 2. Getting a good launch out of turn 2 and goes by into the 3rd spot. Great run. Jordan Sobetsky on the 24, challenging the number 6. That is developing into a great race. Gavin Peterson, of course, on the number 6 out of Chisago City, Minnesota. That is a 2022 Skidoo. Gunnar Stern takes a white flag, and he is on fire as he flying. Jordan Sobetsky really has the heat on the number 6 now as they head through turn 1 and 2. Your leader already out of turn number 4 here. And your winner, the Red Bull Skidoo, the number 220 G-Money Gunner Stern. Stevenson will take second, Obi third, the 6th and the 24, 4th and 5th. Great racing action there. Gavin Peterson just ahead of Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises 24. That was some pretty competitive racing right there in race 35. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup action is done for a little while. Race 36 coming your way. It should be your Black Cat Wear Parts F500 last chance qualifier. I'll try to get you that lineup here momentarily. All right, what do we have here? We have race 36, Black Cat Wear Parts F500, last chance qualifier, 5 laps will be the distance. The 17 is Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. Riding out of Winnipeg is the 9 of Stefan Carignan. The 14 is James Schneider out of Beausejour. The 34X is Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. The 003 is Brody Wensloff. The 135 is Blair McDonald. Blair is out of Ile-des-Shane, Manitoba. Riding the 54 is Tom Keelback from Tyndall. The 99 is Connor Bauman. 48X is Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. And the 33C is Mike Schultz. And we are racing already. Good start for the number 14 of James Schneider out of Beausejour. 14 with a crash in turn 1 and 2 after a great start. That rider right back up on his feet, however, though. That is the 14 of James Schneider going over quite hard in turn 1 and 2, but the sled's already back on its skis, and 14 having a bit of a look at that sled now. Tough break, good start, and tough break for the number 14 of James Schneider out of Beausejour in race 36, your Black Cat Wear Parts F500 race. All right, it looks like they're going to load the 14 on the recovery sled. James Schneider. We'll try to do this one again in race 36 when we get the 14 of James Schneider back to the pit area. Riley Baker signals to the riders to get back to the starting line. Race 37 will be next. That'll be your Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan combo final for 5 laps. Then we move to race 38, Sportsman 600s. Then the Outlaw 600 final. I have a lineup for that. And then race 40 before a Quebec's intermission break. And getting set to go. .34X with a good start. Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. 1989 Polaris mounted rider, looking pretty strong. This is your last chance qualifier. 3 will qualify out of this one to the final coming up a little later on. And I'm just having a look at the lineup sheets. Looks like that will occur in race 45. Race 45 for the final. This is the last chance qualifier in your Black Cat Wear Parts F500 class. 3 go to race number 45. The rest do not. 17 in the second spot. That is Jared Sackvey. Doing a nice job. Jared is out of Beausejour on a 1989 Polaris. Stefan Kergnen trying to claw his way through the field, but we only qualify 3 out of this last chance qualifier. Same in the top 2. Qualifier right now is the 48X of Rich Mork in the 3rd spot. Next time around, your leader will collect the white flag indicating just 1 more lap to go. '99 in 4th spot on the bubble there. That is Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin. Needs to make the pass into 3rd if that rider hopes to qualify for race 45, the Black Cat Wear Parts F500 final. This is your last chance qualifier. 34 will go. Cale Bellow, the 17 of Jared Sackvey will go. And so will the 48X of Rich Mork unofficially go to the Black Cat Wear Parts F500 final for 7 laps in race number 45. All right, so we are going now to race 37. Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan combo. Number 15 is going to be Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. 1976 Mercury. Also on the same sled, same vintage. The 94 is Brian Kep from Rosewood, Manitoba. On a 1976 Yamaha, the 977 is going to be Sean Dale out of Plunkett, Saskatchewan. 14 is Jared Koopman from Jansen, Saskatchewan, and Jared is on a 1981 Yamaha. And rounding out the field for race 37 from Hallock, Minnesota, on a 1977 Polaris, the 99 is Ed Lurkey. Ed Lurkey out of Hallock on the number 99. Attention in the pit area, race 38, Sportsman 600s. You are next. Then the Outlaw 600s for a rolling start. Then race 40 before a Cubex intermission break will be your Supermod 440 free air and liquid cooled final. Nice looking sleds. Look at those Mercs. They're pretty cool, huh? I'm going to buy me a Mercury and cruise it on down the snow, I think. What do you think, Anthony? Good idea? Looks like fun, no? No sled racing for you, eh? It's all stock cars. I do like the stock cars for the roll cage idea. I think it's a great idea. Especially at my, tender age. It's tender. Every day. Every day. This race 37 you're looking at right now, scheduled for 5 laps. It is the Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan combo final. Lead change now coming out of turn 1 and 2 as they exchange positions down the back straightaway. 67 miles per hour is the clocking on the last lap. '99 is your leader, and he is looking good. The number 99. 68 miles an hour for Ed Lurkey out of Hallock on the number 99. This is a close race. We have Daryl Gershman up here, our official track photographer, taking one of his, 8,000 pictures? I'll never be a perfect subject for a picture. Don't, as good as you are. Great racing action here in the top three as the laps close down. There's the 977 across the start-finish line. White flag, 1 to go. Number 99 having a good run here. Ed Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. As a back marker takes the white flag on the front chute. And that'll do it in that one. Looks like the 15 of Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac on the number 15. That is a 76 Merc. Besting the 99 of Ed Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. That was the final, 5-lap final, in fact, for Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan combination race. So we get set to go to a very competitive class next. That will be your Sportsman 600 race, race 38 on the schedule. Then it will be Outlaws. 977 coming across the finish line. That is Sean Dale out of Plunkett, Saskatchewan. 76 Yamaha, a little bit late here today. Sportsman 600, round 2 for 5 laps. The 44X is Randy Oliver. Riding the number 14 is Caden Temple. Colton Kreutzer is out of Drake, Saskatchewan on the 779. The 15 is Kyle Omachinski. Riding the 13 is John Hall. The 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. This is a 2000 Polaris underneath the 16 of DJ Saluk. The 3 is Scott Wagner out of Prada. The 179 is Jason Mackey from Lanigan, Saskatchewan. And the 08 is Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden. I think I got that right. Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden. If you are in the Outlaw 600 class, you are after race 38. And getting set to go racing. Race 38, Sportsman 600 round. Whoa, we got a jumper. I saw that one. Again, I will not announce who I thought jumped, but I think it was pretty obvious. We will get an official call here from our expert crew at CPTC. A little bit of a discussion going on down there. The number 16 of DJ Saluk and Riley Baker. There's the 179 up on the line, as does the 08. And let's try this one again. Pretty tight in turn 1 and 2. It looks like the 15 of Omachinski comes through there in the 3rd spot after carving the inside line. This class usually very, very competitive, and I think we'll see that now. Colton Kreutzer on the 779 leads the 13 of John Hall out of Beausejour. 92 miles per hour. Comes the 15 of Omachinski in the third spot, challenging second now. That is a great race in turn number 2. Omachinski on the outside and could have the spot. Into turn 3 they go. They are side by side. Your leader getting away just a little bit now. Colton Kreitzer on the 779. Oh, the 15 is slowing. A tough break for the number 15 of Kyle Omachinski after working his way up to the second spot. Has some mechanical difficulties and pulls to the right of turn 2 and back into the pit area. What a tough break. That sled was flying. Not much challenge here for the leaders so far. The 779 of Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. That is a 2000 Polaris. Checkered flag is out. 44X in the second spot. That is Randy Oliver, the 16 right there as well. DJ Saluk out of Beausejour on a 2000 Polaris. Unofficially rounding out your top 3 positions. That was race number 38, Sportsman 600s, round 2, 5 laps. All right, next up will be race 39, Outlaw 600 final. I think we've got a hot lap coming up, however, for Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. Supergirl on the racetrack. So on my schedule, we have race 39 coming out. That'll be the Outlaw 600 final. Last time we'll see the sprint cars / snowmobiles for the day. Sabrina Blanchette, first woman to ever win a Pro Champ 440 final. That happened in Woodstock. She has won numerous car races and many sled races over her 21-year career. First time ever at CPTC. And it's great to have Sabrina Blanchette. I had an opportunity to speak with her in the trailer for about a half an hour yesterday. Her crew is fantastic, and they are really here to win. They really want to do a good job, and that is why Sabrina Blanchette is so successful. As we get set to go, our Outlaw 600s, we're going to go through the lineup now, as they will do a running start. The number 1 is Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, the current points leader in USSA. The 19 is Chris Plasky from St. Germain, Wisconsin, also out of St. Germain. Is going to be a scratch here. The 18 is Aria Plasky from St. Germain, Wisconsin. Oh, look, somebody that's not from St. Germain. This one's from Browntown, Wisconsin. The 3XL is Shorty Curran. The 44W will be David Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. And the 71N is going to be a scratch. Donnie Neubauer out of Westboro, Wisconsin is a scratch on the 71N, or in the 71N in this case. 600cc engines or 4-strokes are allowed. 1000 cc's. They're working some rules out on that right now. Trying to get it all figured out for the next season. These things are pretty cool. You can get on over to outlaw600.com if you want to learn more about the Outlaw 600 class. They are allowed some head work and some pipe work as our starter looks them over and waves the green flag. We're going. Shouldn't be hard to find the number 1 of Joe Schneider, the points leader. He is out front. The 44 is David Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. These sleds / sprint cars designed for, I won't call them older racers, but that's probably how it ends up. They have seat belts and a driver's seat like a upright sprint car or midget. And of course, roll cages make them a little bit safer. They look like a lot of fun. Plasky in the second spot. That is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. That is a 2023 Eagle chassis. Trying to reel in the one of Joe Schneider. Looks like we got a spin out in turn number 2. And we've got that sled sitting over there. Caution being displayed in turns 1 and 2 now as the race goes on. This is your Outlaw 600 final. Tom Stoltman is on the number 36. And in the third spot, there's the number 3 a little ways back. That is Shorty Kern out of Brownstown, Wisconsin. Good racing up front between the 1 and the 19 of Chris Plasky. $89 miles per hour on the previous circuit, so these things fly. Great racing action coming out of turn 4. Schneider's going to take the win over Plasky. The 1 is in the number 1 spot, the 19-second of Plasky. And the 36, Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, will unofficially finish 3rd in this one. That was race 39, your Outlaw 600 final for 5 laps. Plasky aboard the number 18, and the 3 finish up as well. Number 3 is Shorty Curran out of Browntown, Wisconsin. Well, still quite a bit of racing to do here today as we get set to go with race 40 in the Supermod 440 free air and liquid class. Total of 50 races on the day. We're working on race number 40 now, so getting there about 80% through the day. Under the lights here at the beautiful Co-op Community Complex, part of the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR. We'd also like to thank the town of Beausejour, the RM of Brokenhead, Oak Bank Hearing Center, Beausejour Home Hardware, Access Credit Union, Twisted Tea and Moosehead, all part of our Moose Den over there. Travel Manitoba, Cobra Enterprises, our Cobra pits. You can visit throughout the weekend and talk to some of the riders and drivers. Beausejour GM, also a big part of this thing, as is Beausejour Co-op and Beaver Truck Center. I want to thank all of those great sponsors for being a part of this one this weekend. Marvelous weekend for motorsports. All right, here we go with your Supermod 440 free air and liquid final. 5 laps. The 118 is Kyle Ruskowski out of Evelyn, Minnesota. The 223 is Adam Braun from Winnipeg on an 81 Kawasaki. Out of Quebec is the 79 Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette. 165 is Justin Having out of Dugald, and the 92 is Haven Bouveret out of Michigan on a 73 Polaris. This is our final race before our Quebec's grooming break. .91 miles per hour on the previous lap. And green flag being displayed. 96 miles per hour on the previous lap. The 79 Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. Multi-time race winner in several different motorsports disciplines. And the 79 showing the way. The 118 is Kyle Ruskowski out of Evelyn, Minnesota, second. The 92, Haven Bouveret, is third. White flag is coming out for your race leader, the 79 Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. Nobody even within a straightaway right now. Checkers out. That'll do it for the number 79. Sabrina Blanchette will take the win out of Drummondville, Quebec. There's the 118 in the second spot unofficially, Kyle Ruskowski out of Evelyn, Minnesota, the 92. Finishing up third, Haben Vouveret. 223, of course, is Adam Braun from Winnipeg on the Kawasaki, unofficially fourth. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, now time for another Quebec's intermission break. We'll do some grooming on the racetrack and get on with race number 41 as soon as we can. In the meantime, you can visit the concession area, get yourself something hot to eat or hot to drink. Also, check out the Moose Den, grab yourself an ice-cold twisted tea, and check out our full line of CPTC promo wear at the Moose Den. We will be back with all of you momentarily here at the Co-op Community Complex.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Hi, Brett Richter back here at the CPTC up in Beausejour, Manitoba. It's race weekend, we're pretty excited. It's the last official event for the drivers for this winter, and it's been a very unusual season for all of us. Very happy to have Madison Phillips with us today. She's a driver of the number 87 Polaris in the Pro Champ 440 division. She is literally in a division where very few women go. So congratulations on entering that field of drivers and going after it every week.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a big field, isn't it?
It is. It's very competitive too.
What's the desire to run Champ?
I like the challenge. I like to, it's also nice to be one of very few women. So it's nice to I've always liked to prove people wrong. Everybody kind of thinks women can't do it or women aren't as great. So I'm trying to prove people wrong with that.
Yeah, you're doing a great job because I know there's not a lot of them out there, and you're certainly willing to be there and be on the line and line up to the best of the best and give it your best shot. Mm-hmm. And I think that's incredible. You and I had a chance to chat in Beausejour here not too long ago. Unfortunately, you had an off on the front stretch, and you weren't feeling the best after that, but thankfully you're okay. Tell people out there, just so they have some idea, how difficult it is to really handle a Champ sled.
Yeah, I mean, they're really, you're going 100 miles an hour. Things happen a lot faster at 100 miles an hour. So whenever I crashed there, I went to wipe my shield and caught a rut, and then it took over.
Right. It's actually a very common problem for people when they're racing is to try try and handle their visibility. So oftentimes you see drivers taking their brake hand off and trying to adjust the shield, and it's not that easy.
No, it's definitely a challenging thing. I have trouble with that. I mean, ever since then I've been scared to even wipe my shield. So working on getting my confidence back with that.
Yeah, that's understandable. Accidents like that don't come often, but when they do, you seem to learn and remember them and go on from there. So when you go out for a heat race and you come back and you want some adjustments made, who's the person you're talking to about that?
My stepdad, Scott, for sure.
Yeah, and is he receptive to those kind of things? Does he understand what you're looking for?
Yep. Yeah, him and I have a good communication system. If I don't fully know, he's listening too on the sidelines. So usually he can kind of know, but I tell him, I think that our communication is pretty good and he knows what I mean whenever something's wrong.
Are you more of a handling person or a horsepower person? What do you want?
I think I like the handling more.
You want to be confident on the machine when it's going in the corner?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. When you go to line up, heat, final, whatever it happens to be, and you see some of the premier guys next to you, what's in your brain?
I mean, I'm still getting used to being on my champ sled, so I'm just trying to stay with them. My goal is to try and be closer and closer each time, and then eventually competing with them and maybe beating them.
That'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. It would be great.
You've got potential. I know it's there. It's just a matter of putting two and two together and making it all hit at the same time. If you were leading on the very last lap of a final and there was one person behind you and you had a mirror on your sled, who would you not want to see right behind you?
My brother. Just kidding. Just kidding. Actually, it would be great for him to actually be behind me. Probably either Matt Gady or Blaine for sure.
Yeah, they're tough, especially when it's coming to that last lap.
Yeah.
You learn a lot from those guys. Who helps you come to the racetrack every week?
My stepdad, Scott, my brother, Hunter's my teammate, my boyfriend, Jaden, my mom, he's basically like my uncle, his name's Beaver, and then all of our sponsors as well.
Yeah, got to have good people behind you to make this happen, don't you? Yeah, fantastic. We're going to play the FXR Fast 10 game.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you? Do you prefer gold or silver?
Gold.
Should I tell Jaden that?
You should.
All right. If you traveled, would you go to Ireland or Hong Kong?
Ireland.
Racquetball or tennis?
Tennis.
Canoe or a kayak?
Canoe.
Do you prefer Coke or Pepsi?
Oh, Dr. Pepper. I don't like either. Can I answer that?
You can, but the answer's wrong. So, couch or recliner?
A couch.
Corvette or a Mustang?
Corvette.
Paper or plastic?
Paper.
Are you bad breath or body odor? Which is worse?
Bad breath.
Okay. And the big question, Reese's or Snickers?
Reese's.
Good answer.
Yeah,
nice
that's
job.
my favorite.
Good luck this weekend. I hope you're safe. I hope things go well. Love to see you in the final. So best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
attention in the facility. We understand that there was an iPhone that was lost in the pits. If you have lost an iPhone in the pits, you can pick it up at the Moose Den, at the bar. iPhone at the bar if you've lost it. 41. That will be a combined race for Junior 2 stock fan and Junior 1 stock fan. We have a total of 50 races on the day, so we'll race 41 through 49 coming up soon. Then take a Quebec's intermission break and come back with race 50 on the day, the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Final for 15 laps, brought to you by FXR. All right, here we go with that Junior 2 stock fan race. That'll be the 60 of Braxton Cassidy and the 43 of Carson Peterson out of Lancaster. That is race 1 of 2 in one race. And on the second row, we'll do the Junior 1 stock fan 380 final. Levi Lurkey will be on the 99, Eli Hagen on the 115, and 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigan. Race 41, 2 races in one as we get set to go. And here we go. 43 of Carson Peterson with a good start. That rider out of Lancaster, Minnesota on a 1998 Premier Ag chassis. Keep your eyes on the 11 of Ben Meyer, who is in the back row of the Junior 1 stock fan class. Starting position was row 2 for the 11 of Ben Meyer in a different class, that being the Junior 1 stock. So the 43 leads Junior 2. The 11 leads Junior 1. 5-lap final. 70 miles an hour on the dot. 70 miles per hour. There are your race leaders. Number 99 is second in the Junior 1 stock fan class. That is Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota on a 2023 Johnson Racing chassis. Carson Peterson continues to lead the Junior 2 stock fan class. The 11, Ben Meyer, leads the Junior 1 stock fan class. Both classes use 380s, 380 fans. The Junior 2 stock fan 380 class is for 13 to 17-year-olds. White flag is out for the number 43, the leader, Carson Peterson. This is race number 41 of a total of 50 races on the day. Fantastic afternoon and evening of motorsports action here at the Co-op Community Complex. Checkered flag is out for the 43. That is Carson Peterson winning Junior 2 stock fan 380. Ben Meyer out of Michigamme, Michigan on the 99 Polaris will take first spot off the back row in the Junior 1 stock fan 380 final. That will do it for that class for the day. Next up, we have Pro Champ 440 racing set to come your way. Now this will be a last chance qualifier, and I'm going to try to grab some information for you to find out how many will qualify into race number 50, the USSA ProStar Cup Final. All right, we have found out. Thank you very much, John Baker. So 3 will qualify in this last chance qualifier to the final race. The winner of the race starts on the front row of the finale. The other 2 will start in the back row, but at least 3 and only 3 will go from this last chance qualifier to our final race of the day. So here's your lineup in the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup last chance qualifier. This will be 7 laps. The 31 is Will Garceau. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Riding the number 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. The 24 sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises. This is Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. The 5 is Ross Olson from Fargo. The 233 is Matt Bennett. Matt is from New London, Wisconsin. The 15 is Hunter Sears from St. Francis, Minnesota. Aboard the 54 is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. And Tanner Foss is on the 111 on the outside. On the Hagen 111 out of Middle River, Minnesota, 2023 Polaris. Only 3 qualify. Winner to the front row of the final. The last 2 are second and third in row 2 of the final. Everybody going for the top 3 right away here. It's important to move quickly. Last chance qualifier here in the Pro Champ 440 class. Snow dust flying in turn 3 and 4. Looks like the number 6 up front right now. That is Gavin Peterson out of Chicago City. Hunter Sears is on the 15. Challenging up there right now. Top 3 go to the main event. Six still leading the 15 and the 54 in the top 3. That is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. Challenging for the second spot now. Things are tight. Look at the top 5 out of turn 4. Wow. They are hauling the mail here in this last chance qualifier, wanting to get into that main event big time. 97 miles per hour. Crash in turn 3 and 4. Well, you almost had the feeling that something had to give. Such competitive racing here in the last chance qualifier. And we'll bring you an update just as soon as we can from turn 3 and 4. But that happened awful quick. Looks like we got the 54 involved. And the 48 involved for sure. I don't know. They don't look too happy with each other right now. Can imagine. Things happen fast. Is that Sobetsky over there maybe as well? Just can't see with that UTV in the way. I saw the 48. Yeah, Anthony, for sure. 24, we think. Yeah, that's Jordan Sobetsky. Okay, so that confirms. I just see the tallest guy in the corner. That's got to be Jordan. That sled is going. Is it going on the recovery sled, or are we going to try to get her going again? That's going to be the question. Now I can see the 24 clearly here on cooldown.tv. Let's take a look at this here on cooldown.tv, the replay. Some great competition going on in the top 5 in this one. Ooh, looks like the first rider in that pack had a get off. Absolutely, that's what happened. Collected 2 more. There's 3, absolutely. No, I don't. All right, another look at cooldown.tv here. Yep, second place goes way off the sled, high sides it. Great job by the other riders to avoid the fallen rider and everybody into the bales, and I think everybody is okay, so that is awesome. But lots of work going on. There's the number 54. Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. The 48 is still on the ice and not on a recovery sled. So that is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. And that rider coming out of the corner under his own power. So good news there. Looks like the 54 of Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. Extremely upset over there in the corner, and tough break. That is a lot of adrenaline and a lot of jam, as they call it. And that can get tough at high speeds. Everybody wants to be in the top three and get to that finale, and it's not going to be so for the 54 of Calvin Peterson for sure. See what the status is on Sobetsky on the 24 here. Philippe Roy Lalonde, we understand, is heading back to the trailer. Sobetsky under power. We're having a look at number 48, we're told right now. That is Philippe Roy Lalonde, but we understand also on the radio that that rider would be heading back to the trailer. So we'll try to clear that up for you as soon as we can. We're listening in on the radio as closely as we can here. But plenty of riders collected over by the bales in turn number 2 right now, which is over by the staging area, as you can see on cooldown.tv if you're watching from internet land here. There is the 48, so maybe the 48's going to continue. We heard on the radio he was going back to the pit area, but maybe that meant just staging. We'll see. See the 75 of Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. That is a Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. Good looking unit. Over in turn number 2. Lots of discussions going on over there right now, trying to figure out the racetrack and the setup. This is our last chance qualifier in the Pro Champ 440, all part of our ProStar Cup. All right, we're just receiving information on the radio that the 48 is out. However, well, we'll see if that 48 heads back to the pit area. I see the 54 walking. Calvin Peterson definitely walking back to the pit area. But the last time I saw on cooldown.tv, it's pretty busy in turn 2, but looks like the 48 is still on the ice. So that'll be a developing story here, and hear the call on the radio, we're going to go racing. Okay, now the 48, yeah, it is being escorted off the track there, so. And I don't mean a police escort, they're just pushing it off, so. Looked to me like second place just high-sided and collected a bunch of riders. That's what I saw on cooldown.tv. You be the judge. But we're fired and ready to go. Last chance qualifier, race number 42. All right, if you're listening in on 88.5 FM, you're in trackside parking. Could you please shut off your headlights? We have lots of complaints from the drivers. Please shut off your headlights at trackside parking. We have quite a few vehicles, and that is extremely blinding coming into the corners. We have our own lights for the racetrack. We don't need the headlights. Any more trackside parkers left with headlights on? Well, if you're in trackside parking and your neighbor's got his headlights on, just walk over and pull his positive battery cable. That'll fix it in a hurry. Or there is an alternative, but They're out. They're out. Hope that wasn't put out with a hammer. All right, looks like the 31 of Will Garceau. Going to be somewhat alongside the number 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. That's a tough thing to say, Chisago. You always want to say Chicago. There you go. There is your race 43 lineup. I am good. All right, perfect. So we're race 42 now. Moving on to race 43. We just got that lineup here in the tower. I have 43, 45, and 46. Just organizing some notes here. Many thanks going out to Brett Richter out of Hurley, Wisconsin, our pit reporter here today. We had some technical difficulties. We were experimenting with some audio equipment, but we're definitely going to work that out in the future. And here's some more from Brett Richter, who did a great job in the pit area. I want to say a shout out to Andy Baker, 50 years of director here at CPTC and 55 years of volunteer. Andy's got things tuned up in the pit area back there. Nice to work all these years with Andy Baker of the CPTC. All right, here we go. We are racing once again, last chance qualifier. Only 3 go to the main events. The race winner to the front row, second and third to the back row of the main event. Wow, the 6 and the 15 almost get together there. Gavin Peterson real close with Hunter Sears for at least a moment. This is a great race. Wow, side by side. 96 miles per hour. Here comes the 24 out of Beausejour. Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises 24 in a big hurry and into the lead. Just flying. White flag is out. Second spot is the number 6, Gavin Peterson. Third is the 15 of Hunter Sears. Those are your top 3. But Sobetsky, wow, after being involved in turn 4 in an earlier crash, is moving. How about it, Beausejour? First spot in the last chance qualifier. Sobetsky followed by the 6 and the 15. 6, Gavin Peterson. The 15, of course, Hunter Sears. All going to the main event unofficially. Very good race. Very competitive. Well, that is a last chance qualifier. A bit of a desperation race, if you will. And you can see it there. Boy, did they race hard. What a great job by Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour, taking the win in that last chance qualifier. All right, so we have a sled in the inside of turn number 3 on the back chute. So we will get our recovery crew over there and do some work in turn 3. So again, I will try to get you the official results of our last chance qualifier. I haven't heard any changes yet. So that'll do it for race number 42. 440 ProStar Cup last chance qualifier. Once again, just a reminder to everybody in trackside parking to please shut off your headlights. It's looking pretty good now. But I understand we have a couple vehicles that need to shut their lights off just yet. I believe that could be at the exit of turn number 2, possibly. All right, what do we got coming up? Oh, more great racing action. Look at this. Race 43, Pro Formula 3 final. Now, this class is the World Championship class at Eagle River now. Changes made about 3 years ago. Matt Gady on the 28 is a 2-time Pro Formula 3 World Champion. And in this race here for race 43, a 7-lap final, the 39 is Tom Olson out of Greenbush, riding for Wall Brothers Racing. That is a 2024 Polaris. 28, we just talked about him, 2-time winner in Eagle River of the World Championship out of New Germany, Minnesota, a 2023 Skidoo. The 28 is Matt Gady. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, riding for Wall Brothers Racing. Champion in his own right. The 129 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern on the Red Bull Skidoo. He hails from West Chicago, Illinois. The 29 is Andy Shoemaker. The 221 is Reed Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. And Reed is on a 2021 Polaris. The 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. The 92 is Haven Bouveret. And the 21 is Zach Rogers. Zach Rogers on the 21 out of Wausau, Wisconsin. '39 of Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Pulling up. Boy, we've got some tough competitors in this one. Riders getting ready here for race 43, Pro Formula 3 final. Putting some heat in the pipes here as we get set to go. Looks like Haven Bouveret adjusting goggles on the line. And I'm sure the rest of the riders are saying, let's get going here. And we're racing here in race 43. Pro Formula 3 action is on the racetrack. 39 with a good start. Here comes the 28 of Gady, the 2-time Eagle River World Champion in this class. We have a jumper, we're told. So we will restart this race once again. I will get you the information momentarily on who they have determined is the jumper. False start in race 43, your Pro Formula 3 final. Oh! Looks like the 39 is going to be the one that is blamed for that, but he is not going to be happy. I saw his head nod as he came up to the starting line, but Riley, our official starter, said, well, there's really two choices here. You start in the second row or you head back to the pits. That's just kind of how it goes, unfortunately. Tough break for the 39. He's such a heck of a racer. Tom Olson does a great job on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR Polaris out of Greenbush. But he's going to see this one from the back row on the restart. We're going to try this one again. Lots of competitors getting set to go here. Zachary Rogers on the number 21 on the outside of row 1. Tom Olson in the back row on the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. That rider has some work to do as we get set to go. Olson right around the outside and looking pretty good so far. They are moving right along in turn 3 and 4 now as they head down the front straightaway. Matt Gady followed by the 220 of Gunnar Stern so far. The West Chicago, Illinois Red Bull Skidoo rider in second spot, looking at the taillight of Matt Gady. 99 miles per hour. Battling now in turn 1 and 2. This is a 7-lap final for the Pro Formula 3s. Matt Gady showing the way. Looks like the 129 in third. Joey Birch. Now there is a 29 out there as well. Andy Shoemaker. The sleds are basically identical and almost the same number. So we're just trying to figure out third spot. But Gady's number 1, Gunnar Stern. And it is the 129. Thank you, Anthony, from cooldown.tv. 129, Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. 100 miles an hour, right on the button. .102 is Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. Blaine Stevenson currently in the 4th spot down the back straightaway. But Matt Gady, wow. One to go, the white flag is out. Racing now in turns 3 and 4. Your leader coming down the long front straightaway. This win's going to go to Matt Gady. Second to Stern, third to the 129, the 102 fourth. And the 29 is in 5th. That is Andy Shoemaker out of Michigan. So a great run for the 28 of Matt Gady, a 2-time world champion in the Pro Formula 3 class in Eagle River. Matt Gady getting the job done in a big way. Wow. That'll do it for race 43 in the Pro Formula 3 class. Don't forget, we'll have results up on cooldown.tv. Once they become official, everything has got to go through our timing and scoring to make everything official, so please keep that in mind. Again, I want to say a big thank you to Brett Richter, who joined us today as a pit reporter, all the way from Hurley, Wisconsin, formerly with the TLR Cup and the USSA. All right, so 4 races this weekend in the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup. This is race 2. We'll do the other 2 tomorrow. And, of course, the Jerry Bunke Cup is a 4-race mini-series for overall points to determine the winner. Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises Limited, PJ Materik Auto Body and Glass, Springfield Chiropractic, Rantec Industrial Limited, Hildebrand Sod Farm, Sport Parts Incorporated, and Baxter Ranch. Of course, Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 70s. He tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. This race is in his honor. In this one is the 79, Sabrina Blanchette. 64 is Joe Koch. The 61, Tom Olson. Riding 7 is Ryan Gibson with an earlier win. Joe Prest is on the 80, and the 12 is Jamie Grenier out of Swan Lake. "97 miles per hour. They are moving right along here in the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup. Race 2 of 4 on the weekend. 2 today and 2 tomorrow. That is Joe Presta on the number 80. Joe Presta winning the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge last year here in Beausejour. Number 7 is Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. And, of course, in the third spot, Supergirl, the 79, Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. One to go for the race leader. Number 80 is just flying out here. Check. And that'll do it with the 61 coming across in 5th spot. That is Tom Olson out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota on the Polaris, finishing 5th. Oh, look at this lineup. Race 45, Black Cat Wear Parts F500 final. Do you have room on your screen for this, Anthony? Whoa, this is something else. Yeah, you do. All right, the 29 is Brad Harrison out of Enola. Riding the 9 is Dane Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. The 22A is Colton Abraham from Wausau, while the 213 is out of Middle River, Minnesota. This is Aaron Davey. The number 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on a 1991 Polaris. On a 90 Polaris, the 34 is Colton Niewolny from Medford, Wisconsin. The 98 is Nick Kurth from Wausau, Wisconsin. The 95, this is Jerry LePage from Murillo, Ontario, the veteran. The 21 is Zach Rogers. 34X is Cale Bellau. The 17 is Jared Sackvey, and the 48X is Rich Mork out of Eagle River. Black Cat Wear Parts F500 final for 7 laps coming your way momentarily. Good look at the 22A on the starting line. Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. A good-looking 91 Polaris. There's the 95 of LePage. The 98 is Nick Kurth. The 21, Zach Rogers up there, as is the 34X, Cale Bellau. Couple in the back row for the Black Cat Wear Parts F500 final. This ought to be a good one. It is going to be busy in turn number 1. You know that already. Pretty clean so far as they head on down the back straightaway in your Black Cat Wear Parts F500 final. All right, we have a 34 and a 34X in this one. Cale Billow on the 34X, Colton Niewalny on the 34. Is that a 34X or a 34 up front? They should not have the same numbers. There's just no way. Dane Klinger's on the 9 in the second spot. It's looking like the 34 of Colton Niewalny is up front here. But that could be an X. It might have an X. This one scheduled for 7 laps. Good battle for the lead here as they head on into turn 3 and 4. All right, it is confirmed the 34 of Colton Niewalny is first. That is not the 34X. There's the 95 and the 3. 34X is at the back of the pack, in fact. So that one is pretty easy. Cale Billow out of Waupun, Wisconsin is on the 34X. Colton Niewalny on the 34. Dane Klinger second. The 22A is Colton Abraham third. With less than a lap to go here. .34 is going to take it, followed by the number 9. 22A will finish third. That is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. That is your unofficial top 3 in that one. Black Cat Wear Parts F500 final for 7 laps. Total of 50 races on the day here. Moving on very soon to race 46. Your Sportsman 600 final, scheduled for 7. Race 47, after race 46, will be Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid combo. And that will be race 47 for 5 laps. Then we'll go to the ATV Open, then race 49, Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan. So that'll be race 49, then a Cubex intermission break, and then we come back with the grand finale here today. That will be your race 50, the Pro Champ 440s, your ProStar Cup final, 15 laps, where we give the hardware away and crown a USSA ProStar Cup champion in points for the year. Don't forget, we're back here tomorrow right here at the beautiful facility now known as Co-op Community Complex, part of our 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. What a great day we're going to have tomorrow. We are looking forward to it. Race 46 coming up. Sportsman 600 final. 7 laps. 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. The 16 from Beausejour is DJ Saluk. Riding the 44X is Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And the 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. The 15 is Kyle Omachinsky. The 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Riding the 08 is Brad Artimowicz from Dryden. And the 14 is Caden Temple from Grand Point. We had the 3 of Scott Wagner in, but the 3 is a scratch. Scott Wagner is a scratch in your Sportsman 600 final. Getting set to go. Sportsman 600 final, 7 laps. Red flag is out in turn 1 and 2. We have an incident. Right near the staging area, it looks like. So we'll get your report from turn number 2 just as soon as we are able here in race 46, the Sportsman 600 final. Want to thank everybody for coming out today. We have a total of 50 races. We are on race 46. Make sure you stick around and enjoy race number 50, our Pro Champ 440 final. Don't forget, tonight at the Moose Den following the races, a great big fun social with a live band and ice cold Moosehead and Twisted Tea. That is going to be an absolute hoot over at the Moose Den, our beer garden here. Live band and a social following the races here tonight. All right, it looks like we got things loaded up over there already in turn number 2. We're looking at a cooldown.tv replay here. A little bit of snow dust in turn 1 and 2, not too bad. And it looks like a bit of a collision there. And the sled barrel rolled. It looked like a pair of them went. Yep, that's what I would think. Going to try another camera angle here. Sounds like it could be the 14 of Caden Temple and the 16 of DJ Saluk. Trying to get a better look here. Can we slow that down, Anthony, just a bit? Okay, that is the 16, I think. And now, yeah, it looked like the 16 was involved there for sure, and the 14 we're told. So they go pretty fast backwards too, don't they, Anthony? I don't know how they steer. That's pretty impressive. You think when they go in reverse that fast, they'd break the chain case, but no, we're just joking. We're looking at a replay up here, and they're going backwards. Everybody on the internet will understand that one, but if you're in the grandstands, you're probably wondering, why does that guy think they even have reverse? They actually don't. You're liking that replay too much now, aren't you? Now we got him backing up on the starting line. Oh, perfect. All right, working on race 46, Sportsman 600 final. Then we will go to race 47, Supermod 340 Liquid and Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic final. So a little bit of racing to do yet as we clean up things in turn number 2 and get on with the rest of the evening before our social over at the Moose Den. And then, of course, tomorrow we're back for the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships right here at Co-op Community Complex. And we're looking forward to another fantastic event tomorrow. What a weekend here. Always one of the most fun events of the year for me here. I just love coming to Beausejour. What a facility. Always updated. Look at the lighting around here and new sound system. Beautiful buildings, great beer garden, warm suites, cold beer, great food. Fantastic place to be here in Beausejour. It certainly is. We love it. And I also like to come and see you, Anthony. That's correct. You guys from Cool Down TV are pretty cool, let's say. Chris doing a great job standing in the wind all day with the camera. And Anthony up in the booth here with the cushier of the two jobs, I would have to say. And your two in the corners, right? Your camera operators in the corners. Chad and Travis, all right. Well, you got to bring them up and let them meet us. Well, I guess he's met you. You know their names, but I got to meet them. Let's do that tomorrow morning. All right, fantastic. Waiting the restart in race 46. All right, Anthony, we were talking a little bit earlier while we have a little bit of downtime. Of course, we had Brett Richter here, formerly of the TLR Cup and the USSA out of Hurley, Wisconsin. A great job pit reporting. We were doing a bit of an experiment here with some pit reporting, which we're going to do a lot more of, we think, in the future. And, of course, back in December, John Henke in the Pro Champ 440 class was involved in a pretty serious wreck over on the front straightaway coming out of turn number 4, and he is making good progress. And Brett Richter had the opportunity to do a short interview with John Henke, and cooldown.tv has it all. So now everybody on the internet right now watching will be able to see that interview a little bit later today. For those of you in the grandstands, cooldown.tv broadcast is in the beer garden at the Moose Den. So what you can do if you want to see the John Henke interview, we will definitely tell you when we're going to play it, and you can definitely get on over to the Moose Den and watch it before tonight ends right here in Beausejour. More details to come very shortly, but it is a touching and very cool interview, and it was brought to you by Brett Richter and cooldown.tv. Looks like we're ready to go racing, and here we go. $7.79 of Colton Kreutzer, leading the 44X of Randy Oliver and the 15 of Kyle Omachinski. They've got some speed out there here in race 46 in a very competitive class. Looks like Omachinski into the 4th spot. 13 is right there, John Hall out of Beausejour. 91 miles per hour. For your race leader, the 779, Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Colton is on a 2000 Polaris. .44X Randy Oliver on the move here in this 7-lap finale for the Sportsman 600s. What a race in turn number 4. 44X and the 779 of Colton Kreutzer continue to battle here. John Hall on the number 13 would like to win this one as well. Look at this race. White flag is out. 779 to the inside of the 44. And makes the pass down the back straightaway. Checkered flag is in the air on the front straightaway. It's going to go to Colton Kreutzer. Whoa, John Hall charging at the end there, but I believe the 44X will take the second spot. Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. As the 08 comes across the line, Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden. I will get you an official finish here. That one was a little close. So I want to make sure we're going to be accurate here on that finish. All right, we will get you an official finish here. We're just waiting as the next group comes up. 779. 44X and the 13. That is official now. All right, thank you, girls. Race 47 on deck. The 223 is Adam Braun, the 65 Norm Chura. Justin Habing is on the 165, Vic Mazer. On the 44 out of West St. Paul, the 13 is Kieran Lowe, and the 233 Matt Bennett. Matt is from New London, Wisconsin on a 73 Polaris. The 96 is Clayton Gross out of Swift Current, Saskatchewan. And the 79 scheduled to start, Sabrina Blanchette, Supergirl out of Drummondville, Quebec. Supermod 340 Liquid and Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic Final here in race 47 of 50 on the day. 79 up front and in command, the 65 second, the 44 is third. That is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. But Supergirl, Sabrina Blanchette up front and in command of the Supermod 340 Liquid and Superstock 440 Liquid combo. Kawasaki in the fourth spot. That is Adam Braun on the 223. 91 miles per hour on the previous lap. For your race leaders, here in race 47. Not too much trouble so far for Sabrina Blanchette. In her first appearance ever in Beausejour, 21 years in the business, and she knows how to get around the racetrack. White flag, one to go. And going away, Sabrina Blanchette will pick up that one. Supermod 340 Liquid and Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. There's Chura and the 44 of Mazer in a good race for second and third. Braun on the Kawasaki, the 223, and the 165 coming across as well. That is Justin Habing out of Dougald, Manitoba on a 73 Polaris, rounding out the top five in race 47. Race 48 will be your ATV Open final for 5 laps. Race 49, Superstock 343 Air and 340 Liquid along with 440 Fan. That, of course, is a combo race. That final will be 5 laps. Then a Cubex intermission break. Then race 50 will be, of course, the highlight of the night. The Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Final. Here is your lineup for the ATV Open Final. 5 laps. The 14 is Rob Clark out of Beausejour. Also out of Beausejour, the 44 is Ethan Clark. The 27 is Lynn Sather from Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Out of Oakbank, Manitoba is the 29 of Corey Johnson. The 22 is Mike Verbruge out of Garson. The 25 is Tyler Verbruge out of Tyndall. The 7 is Ryan Gibson from Beausejour, and the 14 is Austin Lewandowski from Winnipeg on a 2001 Yamaha ATV Open Final. coming your way right now for 5 laps. Getting set to go here. Troubles for the number 14. Rob Clark out of Beausejour gets a terrible start this time around. 22 off and running. Mike Verbruge out of Garson. Once again, a reminder to our trackside parkers, please leave your headlights off at all times during racing action. All trackside parkers, please, headlights off. .75 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Don't forget a big social going on at the Moose Den following tonight's event. Live band, it's going to be an awful lot of fun over at the Moose Den. Lindsay, they're having a good run on the number 27 out of Detroit Lakes. The number 7, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour, always tough on his 86 Honda. There's the 22 and third now. That is Mike Verbruge out of Garson. Top 3 very close on the racetrack. White flag, 1 to go for your race leader. 27 is up front. That is Lindsay. They're out of Detroit Lakes. The 22 following along, Mike Verbruge. And the 7, Ryan Gibson. Oh, what a battle for second and third now. Gibson getting at it at the exit of turn 2, and they are already in 3 and 4. Speeds almost 80 miles per hour. There's your winner, the 27, then the 22, followed by the 7. Lynn Sather, Mike Verbruge, and the 7 of Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour in the top 3 unofficially in that one. All right, race 49 of 50 on the day. So we'll race this one and then have another Quebec's intermission break and a grooming for. And in this race 49, this will be Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan. 5 laps is the distance. The number 44X is Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh. The 38 is Oren Baxter from Mayerthorpe, Alberta. That is a 76 Mercury. The 685 is Tanner Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota. Tanner is on a 1978 Polaris. The 1976 Arctic Cat is number 84. This is Chad Bartok from Benito, Manitoba. The number 14 is Alex Manchelenko. The 27, Joshua Wood from Saskatchewan. This is a 1978 Kawasaki. And riding a 1977 Yamaha. The 233 is Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. The 553 is Zach Stenberg out of Swift Current. The 165, Justin Habing from Dugald. The 33C is Mike Schultz from Thunder Bay. The 23 is Will Manchelenko. And the 36 is Garrett Bennell out of Watrous, Saskatchewan. 1975 Yamaha mounted rider, number 36. Getting set to go. 5-lap final, race 49. And here we go. We are racing. Good battle into turn 1 and 2. Looking a little bumpy over there as they head down the back straightaway. Of course, older sleds here in this one. Not quite as sophisticated suspension-wise as some of the more advanced sleds. What a race we have. Chad Bartok is on the 84 out of Benito, Manitoba, 1976 Arctic Cat. Good looking number 233 out there. That's Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin in the top 3 on the 77 Yamaha. 76 miles per hour, and we've got a race in the top 3. Wow! Racing now for second and third place, heading into turn number 3. The top 3 are leaving the rest in the snow dust here. White flag coming out this time around for your race leader. Oren Baxter, your new leader on the number 38 out of Mayerthorpe, Alberta. Leaders working turn 3 and 4 now as they come down the front straightaway. 38 will take the win, followed by the 233. And the 84 of Chad Bartok unofficially in the top 3 in that combo final. Some good close racing action as we now prepare to take a Quebec's intermission break. Race 50 coming up after intermission. All right, so what's to do at intermission? You can head on over, of course, to the Moose Den, grab yourself a nice cold one. That'll be the site of our social following tonight's event. Don't forget, we also have that John Hankey interview with Brett Richter, our pit reporter, and you can watch that on cooldown.tv in the Moose Den, in the beer garden. So if you want to see the John Hankey interview, that'll be happening in about 5 minutes at the Moose Den, courtesy of Brett Richter at cooldown.tv. Pretty touching. You'll want to go and check it out. Grab yourself a cold one. Also, check out our full line of CPTC promo wear. And get on over to the concession if you're hungry and grab yourself something to eat. Long night left, of course, one more big race. Then we have our social at the Moose Den. We're going to be back with you momentarily here for our final race of the night, all part of the FXR 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Hey fans, just a reminder, we are about 2 minutes away now from the John Hankey interview on cooldown.tv, courtesy of Brett Richter. That interview, if you're here on site at Beausejour, will be available in the beer garden, the Moose Den. John Hankey interview coming up in 2 minutes. Head on over to the Moose Den. To the John Hankey interview at the Moose Den.
I had the great pleasure of meeting John Hankey back several years ago at the spring banquet for the USSA ProStar Series. John was really excited because he was going to be stepping up in divisions and going to the champ class, and talked very excitedly about the conditioning he was going to do in the off season and the sled preparation and the fact that he was going to go up and join the big leagues. Having John as a member of the Pro Champ 440 class and most recently in the F3 class was a huge benefit to the sport of ice oval snowmobile racing. John's enthusiasm, his contagious smile, and his willingness to just be a part of the race series and to meet and greet every fan was almost unsurpassed by other drivers. When John came to Beausejour in December of 2023, he had the preseason excitement like no other. He was here with his 2 sleds ready to practice in both the Pro Champ division and the F3 division, with that eye on the world title coming up in Eagle River in a few short weeks. Unfortunately, on Saturday evening, John was involved in a very serious crash coming out of turn 4 in Beausejour and ended up in the hay bales right near the grandstand. John's on-track assessment was very poor. He had sustained a very serious injury, and there was obviously concern in the faces and the activity of the on-track personnel. It's hard to understate how serious John's condition was. By the time he was brought to a medical facility, John was given less than a 1% chance to survive the first night, and then less than a 1% chance to survive the second night. But there aren't many fighters like John Hankey, and John proved them all wrong. As of today, John has been through months of medical tests, procedures, rehabilitation. John is currently down at the Shirley Ryan Rehabilitation Center in Chicago and is continuously on the minds of the snowmobile racing community. We all wanted to reach out and tell John that we're thinking about him, and we wanted to share our thoughts and concerns for John and his recovery. Thanks to the efforts of John's family, his mom, his dad, I was able to communicate with John. I put a couple of quick questions together and sent them on their way. John's mom, Susie, was able to take the questions to John at the facility and go through the questions and share John's answers. And I just thought it would be great for all of us to hear directly from John. The first question I sent to John was, since early December, the outpouring of love and support must seem overwhelming. Were you ever aware that you had such an impact on so many people? John responded, no, but it certainly helps me push through knowing that many people care. Secondly, I asked John, many people, including myself, consider you a modern-day miracle. Is that a tough label for you? John responded, God blessed me. I'm just trying to embrace my second chance. The third question I shared with John was, your current story is being written with grit, determination, dedication, and hard work. Really a mirror to your racing career. Right now, what is the hardest part of your day-to-day routine? John responded, as pretty much we all knew he would, I can't eat pizza. As a side note, unfortunately, John has yet to have the nerves in his neck return to full strength, so he has... If I could be your voice, John, for 1 minute, what would you like me to say to the snowmobile race community? John responded with the following. Thank you for your donations and your support. I wouldn't be able to rehab without it. Thank you, Riley, and the entire CPT staff for saving my life. Never underestimate safety gear like neck braces. And enjoy every lap. You never know when it might be your last. His mom shared that John got quite emotional making that statement. And since I know John really well, I had to close with the biggest question of all. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers? John, with a smile on his face, responded, Reese's. John is currently down at the Shirley Ryan Rehabilitation Center in Chicago. We're going to share John's GoFundMe page and John's address if you're interested in sending him either a card, a note, a gift, a package, anything, or if you'd like to continue to donate to John's recovery. It's been a long road for a great guy and a great family. Hey John, it's Brett. I know you're watching. I know you well enough to know you're watching. You're a strong guy. We love you. We miss you. We care about you immensely. I know you'll do the work. I know you'll be back at the track. But I can't wait for that day to come. So hang in there, buddy. If you need any inspiration, you need any time from anybody, just reach out. The snowmobile community embraces your challenge. We can't do it for you, but we can do it with you. So hang in there, buddy. And when you get back, I don't usually share, but I'll share this one with you. Love you, bud.
Start of the USSA ProStar Cup final right here, all part of the FXR 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. And here's your lineup in the Pro Champ 440 for race number 50 on the day. Out of St. Francis, Minnesota, on a 2010 Polaris, say hello to the number 15. This is Hunter Sears. And coming to you from Chisago City, Minnesota, on the 2022 Skidoo, this is the number 6 of Gavin Peterson. And making his way into the final via the last chance qualifier earlier, a young rider doing a great job on the Cobra Enterprises number 24. Out of Beausejour, Manitoba, this is Jordan Sobetsky. And hailing all the way from Sorel, Tracy, Quebec, put your hands together for the Skidoo rider. This is the 3 of Danique Lambert. And your next competitor riding out of Beausejour, Manitoba on the 2018 Skidoo. Put your hands together for the 21 of Tyler Obi. And riding the 2024 Polaris, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR, out of Greenbush, Minnesota, this is the number 39 of Tom Olson. And a local rider looking for a big win here tonight in Beausejour on the 2020 Skidoo out of Lockport, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the number 8 of Travis McDonald. Your next competitor is out of Drummondville, Quebec, having won many races and the first female to win a Pro Champ 440 final. She has been red hot here in her first ever appearance at CPTC. Let's hear it for the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette. A multi-time champion on the circuit out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, the Wall Brothers Polaris. Let's hear it for the 102. This is none other than Blaine Stevenson. Your next rider competes on the Red Bull Skidoo. This is the 2023 chassis. A storied history behind this rider. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 220 of G-Money, Gunnar Stern. Current points leader right there on the number 220. And currently second in points out of New Germany, Minnesota on the 2018 Skidoo. Let's hear it for the 28 of Matt Gady. And finally, a rider that has a great season, currently third in USSA ProStar Series points. He is out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, on the Hool chassis. This is a 39X of Justin Peterson. It's time for 15 laps of the USSA ProStar Cup Final. What do you say, Beausejour fans? Are you ready for this? I want to hear you make some noise. This race all part of the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR, our 50th and final race of the evening. Don't forget the social going on at the Moose Den following this race. All right, we've got the signal at the starting line from Riley Baker, and that indicates we are ready to go racing right now. Justin Peterson, third in points on the 39X. He is out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Hool chassis. We have got some serious competitors in this one. Gunnar Stern coming into this weekend with 377 points and on top of the ProStar Cup. Matt Gady second at 356 and Justin Peterson third at 327. 213 for Blaine Stevenson and Travis McDonald in there as well in the top 5 with 178 points. We're getting set to turn them loose right here in Beausejour. Here we go for 15 times around. We've got some fast company in turn 1 and 2 and now down the back straightaway. They are going to sort it out quickly here as we get set for 14 more circuits here. Gunnar Stern followed by Gady. They are 1-2 on the racetrack. Gunnar Stern, your points leader, is looking to put a cap on the season in the USSA ProStar Cup points final. It all ends here tonight. Tomorrow, of course, the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. 2 very prestigious races at this facility this weekend. Stern and Gady, Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers 102. A bit of a distant third, but third place nonetheless right now. 97 miles per hour. $39X in the top 5. Justin Peterson, miles per hour. We understand the 102 of Blaine Stevenson off the racetrack. Tough break. Stern and Gady continue to dominate. They are up front and in command of this 15-lap feature. Speed 102 miles per hour. They are lighting it up here under the lights in Beausejour for FXR Racing. Cross flags being displayed. We're halfway through this 15-lap race. Travis McDonald looking pretty good on the number 8 out of Lockport. Into the 3rd spot goes the Surf Pro. Bennett's Marine entry looking good here. But up front, take a look at this lead. $39X in the 4th spot. 3rd is the 8. Great battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. They are clawing at each other. $39 in the 5th spot. That is Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing entry. Gunnar Stern continues to dominate on the Red Bull Skidoo. Rider stopped at the top of turn 1 and 2. Your leader continues to pull away here. Matt Gady on the 28. Second, third is the 8. 39X and 39 remain in the top 5, but there is a race for that 5th spot right now. Tom Olson has all kinds of company in the 5th spot. White flag is out for G-Money. Gunnar Stern, 1 to go. Gady and McDonald, 2nd and 3rd. Sabrina Blanchette outside the top 5, but in 6th spot, having a strong run. And that'll do it. Your winner, G-Money, Gunnar Stern. Gady on the 28 in the 2nd spot. Travis McDonald with a top 3 finish, looking pretty good. 39X and the 39 round out the top 5. 79, then Sobetsky on the 24. Right here in your Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup final. Great job by the 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois. We will get them down front and center for a presentation. Of course, Gunnar Stern, your points leader going into the USSA ProStar Cup here tonight, and will likely be the points champion. He had 377 points going into this one, 356 for Matt Gady, and the 327 for Justin Peterson. All right, we'll make sure this one's official. But it looks like the 220, Gunnar Stern with the checkered flag in hand after a dominant performance. Some fantastic work by these riders. Local rider in the 3rd spot unofficially. That is the 8 of Travis McDonald. But what a run by the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. Awful strong here tonight in Beausejour. Again, a quick reminder, over at the Moose Den, we'll do the social tonight with the live band. We're back here tomorrow for more action. 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships go tomorrow right here in Beausejour. Looking forward to a great day of motorsports action tomorrow right here in Beausejour at the Co-op Community Complex. For those of you heading down the road, we invite you to drive safely. Have a great weekend. We hope to see you here tomorrow, of course. For those of you watching on cooldown.tv, a fantastic day and night of motorsports, finishing under our brand new lighting system here in Beausejour. What a fantastic day in a great facility as your race winner pulls in to the podium area. Gunnar Stern gets the job done here tonight in Beausejour. Hard-fought battle at times with the 28 of Gady, but 220 just a little too quick here tonight. Don't forget also tomorrow we will finish up the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. We ran 2 races today and we will have 2 races tomorrow. That, of course, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises, PJ Materik Auto Body and Glass, Springfield Chiropractic, Rantec Industrial Limited, Sport Parts Incorporated, Hildebrand Sod Farm, and Baxter Ranch. Great season of USSA ProStar Cup racing ends tonight with the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championship on deck for tomorrow. Great job by these riders. They got to get some sleep tonight because they've got a huge assignment here tomorrow. A very, very prestigious race. The 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships right here in Beausejour tomorrow. Don't forget, you're also invited to visit the Cobra Pit area. Some impressive machinery, trailers, motorhomes, sleds, all kinds of cool stuff in the Cobra Pit area. Do check that out throughout the weekend. Again, we want to thank you very much for coming out to the Co-op Community Complex for the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Well, we need to thank Brett Richter, of course, doing a great job doing some pit reporting. We also have to thank CoolDown.tv very much for all their very hard work. For all of you out there in internet land, also we want to thank our sponsors, FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oakbank Hearing Center, RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. Well, on behalf of the entire staff here at CPTC, we want to thank you for coming out, and we will see you tomorrow for more action right here for the 62nd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Good night and see you tomorrow.